Well, hello, Super Robot fans. It's Austin. Welcome back to the Super Robot Wars archives. I hope you're all having a better day today than I am. Okay, let's play some video games. I don't know if I ever made this joke before, but I am tilted. It's really incredible they put a character on the front screen that never shows up in the game. Who is this robot? I've never seen a robot that's in this form before. That's so weird. How is that way? Ah ha 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 ha. Ah ha ha ha. You get it. It's the Macross units. Okay. Sorry, in order to test one of our hypotheses at the end of last stream, I did actually we're in right now. I did go back through and started looping for like data gathering purposes. I need to get the rest of the characters that we've talked about that I've never collected before in case we just show those off on stream. But most importantly, I wanted to figure out the like star situation, which I have. I will show that off a little bit later once people show up because I want to make sure if people want to see that, we can do that then. But I am just reminded of all of the disservices that were done to my units. But I want to try and be positive. I do think there are some good things we can say about our DLC situations here. Oh, we still never did this. Let's grab this quick while we're waiting. I did realize that how I had saved did mean that the MXP theory is going to stay with us. I don't know it's going to affect really things much at all. Like, giving our units max stats at this point is like basically the same as what they already have. I do need to give him back the... What is the is it the converter? What is it called? The one that doubles, the one that increases your EXP and money gain. We should leave the menu. There we go. Yeah, the sorting got worse. Product converter, that's what it is. The sorting has gotten worse since this update, where things do not actually get sorted correctly. It's very funny. I think it's funny. Yeah, so, okay, yeah, we still don't have the last of the Garden yet. That's a thing that we were still going to get. I really hope it's not going to take us 2 more streams. I hope we can do all of it today. I might try to be a little pushier. We may go a little bit... It is possible that we're going to go like a half hour longer if that's what it's going to take to get this done. I miss doing unit reviews. I really need to like get back to doing that, but I don't think today's going to be for it, just to make sure we actually get through all the rest of these missions. While people are getting in here, I do want to get this reset too. We need Saging in here because I want to level up to see what level 4 is. Chan does not matter. Astonage does not matter. Remwool, theoretically, we want because of her passive. Her passive is still really good. Her active is just garbage. You're out of here. We still want Mari in. Oh yeah, okay. Let's read how Shikishima's works again. I swear, I can't go. I guess I could go back and look at my own footage, but I swear that Shikishima's worked for not one attack, but like for the entire time between when you took rounds. It does say 1 turn, which I would assume means if you jump through a press or a zeal, that it's no longer going to work. But this is probably still worth it because it puts us... It's like another free way we can jump damage without needing to spend something like really expensive. Oh, the other reason why we dropped Rope It was because he's our 4th green. Yeah. Howdy, NR. How are you doing? Welcome. Good to see you. This time we're not on such bad schedules where you're about to go to sleep right when I'm doing things. How's your Sunday been? Oh, I also want to equip the second. Whoops. Okay. Well, never mind. I guess we have 5 things in green. That's fine. I do think this is the correct setup, though. What else do we want to do? Decent Sunday. Good. I'm glad to hear it. These both have their aces already. No, I guess that's everything. Okay. Oh, you also use the new Bravery Kid? I figure I've always tried to use all the new DLC units. Oh, you do find him useful? I do not like him so far. I like none of them. When you say new bravery kid, do you mean Seiji? I mean, I think Bullseye is for sure good. Giving a free way to give a Bullseye on someone is, of all of the spirits you could hand someone, one of the better ones. I don't think Persist matters that much. It feels like almost every pilot has a defensive spirit. Any pilot worth using has a defensive spirit, and I think his passive is just as meaningless. I'm hoping that his next level of active is going to be something that's like really going to change my mind. Yeah, his rank 4 is decent. Okay, that is what I'm hoping for. That's what I'm hoping for, which is why we like need to keep using him to like say. Which it won't be this mission. It'll be next mission. I guess if I do want to get through the DLC, I guess let's just like get into things then. Yeah, I mean like it's probably going to be pretty same. Have you finished the DLC already? I mean, already it's been out for an amount of time now, comparatively. Oh darn it! I knew there was something I was forgetting to do. I did not do the new like challenge mode, the like go through 20 missions or whatever. I did not do that yet. How do you feel with the DLC? I think better units, worse story. I don't think these units are that much better. I don't think I've seen the full extent of them yet, but like, I don't think build-up matters at all. I could be convinced that it might matter a little bit more early, but I think it's already a like quote-unquote lose more. Like, I think if you're already experiencing this, you're probably just gonna have it happen another time. Like I don't know at what point these like show up, so like I could see a really high level of potential battering early on, but I doubt he has one. Him getting Soul and Excel at the end is good, but it takes a while. Otherwise, it's just whatever spirits, and like none of his attacks stand out to me. The units are more fun to use. I will say, I do think, yeah, there's definitely, it feels like there are more cases where I get to use them. But I think they are still really rather lacking for things I needed to buy. Like there's just nothing. The other, oh, actually, sorry, hold on. There's another important part here. This, it doesn't matter really at all. These are like really underwhelming stats. This is giga underwhelming. Yeah, I think like too many of the first DLC units did not do anything to draw you to them, where I don't think here there's nothing that's drawing you to them, but there's nothing that's not drawing you to them, but there's also something that's drawing you to them, right? I said that, I don't think I said that in the best way possible, but like, what is my want, like, what about G is making me want to use him? He has practically nothing that is unique to his kit that someone else isn't also already bringing to the table, like, even in combination. Like, he could be bringing really default qualities, but if he's bringing all of them at the same time, or like a pool of them together at the same time, like, sure, but like, I don't think there's anything about him that's making me want to use it. Maybe like maybe he's not the example. I do like the Noir. I think the Getters are fine. I think their extra damage really helps them have usability. I'm really disappointed that they didn't have the ability to transform. I think Hayato and Musashi in the Getter is really lackluster. They like do basically nothing. Musashi has drive, and that's like kind of the only thing I care about spending on them, which is like really a bummer. And the fact that they can't transform at all feels like a waste, a loss. Getter is one of the few that's still allowed to transform, so I was sort of hoping we were going to see that carried through here, but no, I should not have assumed that. And because I also just like don't have the Dagarn leveled up yet, it's hard for me to like make full claims on it, because it feels it definitely feels like a unit that I don't have done yet. It feels deeply incomplete. Also, I should have a focus on here. Sorry. Jeek has a nice mix of ammo and energy in a game with most relevantly energy attacks. Hold on, let's see. Hold on. Was I just missing his ammo? This. Okay. Yeah. Okay. The mock drill does take ammo. Okay. Maybe I was a little quick to write that part off. I do accept that. That is like an in point that he has. I do think his ammo amounts are a little too. His ammo amounts still feel a little too low. You know what? After this, let's see what we can get that ammo up to. Because that could potentially be influential. We'll look at our ammo parts afterwards. I wish we could split the getters since it was stated that their combined form is supposed to be the best of all three. Yeah, right. Like, just give me units that weren't one solid unit again. But especially in the face of the like 20% damage part, having units that have like literally no way of scaling their have no inbuilt way of scaling their damage is genuinely such a rough sell. It's like so hard to make them feel like they are worth using, and like the game designers have to know that. The very, very weird things that the design team like pay attention to is just like so baffling to me. So like when I was going through, I finally started working on spreadsheets again. It took literally forever. As soon as I freed myself from needing to make that story video, I don't think it's gone forever. Now that I'm not actively thinking about needing to make it, it does not feel quite so daunting. I went back and started working on paperwork here, and like for some reason, the A Advent was given 5 more points of energy to start. Why? That's such a negligible amount. Like, why did they change that? But like, clearly people are thinking about that. But like, they're handing us units that just like have no, like I said, like the Jeeg has nothing that's really drawing us to it. At least right yet. Like it could still get some more stuff. Like everyone got, the other DLC units got things at the end of all their missions. So like maybe there's still like a thing, but still. They even made sprites for the Black Letters, just let me use them. Yeah, exactly. Like, what? That's so weird. Why not? Also, I hate that Jeeg and Blackadder talk about enemies that are not fought at all. Yeah, especially when, like, look at all of the enemies on the map. Look at how much these are not Jeeg enemies. Like, does Hadias show up in one of the Jeegs? I don't think he does. Right? Like, he's just a Mazinger enemy. Yeah, like, give me the DLC. Like, I don't think anyone was clamoring for this to show up this quickly. Give me the DLC a month or 2 later and give me, I'm not going to assume they're going to like suddenly have a like entire different design philosophy, but like give me a couple of bosses that are from their original series. Yeah. Also, the Khadora are immune to damage, really? Is that what this is? Interesting, okay. Well, I mean, like, we can make that happen for sure. Is that the cutscene? Okay, well, I guess that's what I get for skipping the story. Let's do this to start. Yeah. Though that's, real life consequences and all that. I also like don't know how, I don't know what they, I know how I would build Jeeg. I want to know what they think they want me to do. He feels like he is half committed to being dodgy and half committed to being a face tank, which is like the complaint that I had about the G Gundam units in R is like, well, which one then? I can't pick both. Like, the game does not really support picking both. Like, he's not enough of a tank to have a wall here. Like, giving him wall would have been, like, chef's kiss. But he is just small, and they had to allocate some points to his, like, regular defense. That even with a focus on, right? Like, he's still not dodging that much. It feels like we're kind of supposed to be doing this, like, scrappy kind of fighter thing. And because of that, instead we're doing neither, you know? You'll see in the battle forecast. Okay, cool. Also, Jeek has the same problem as Mokuo from Fantasy Maiden Wars. Have we gotten to Mokuo, and have I forgotten who that is? Yeah, that's fine. But Mokuo is a better unit, I think. Yeah, if and when we see Mokuo in, like, relative relation to this, remind me of that so I can, like, we can, like, have that conversation then too when I actually see them too. I'm assuming her, given what it is. Mokuo's in game too. Okay, cool. I don't understand. I see what they were trying to do with build up. I think build up is really cute. I think build up would be a great personal in a lot of other games, just not in this one. But the fact that we're being given new units and they don't have a personal skill. Yeah, there it is. Yeah. Actually, here, hold on. Let's just, like, point it out here. There, the 0. The fact that they, like, don't have any personals just feels so baffling. I, like, get people excited about the new DLC units. Give them both a personal skill and a mech skill, like a mech ability that like, both of them do something. I just, like, I said this last stream too. I've not played with Jeek before, so I have no idea what he actually is going to look like in other games too. So, like, maybe this isn't the case. But I would think with newer games, it's more of a possibility than not. That, like, he's supposed to be magnetic. Like, let him change parts. It would be really, I think a unit that would be really cool is rather than getting to, like, select a form, that your form is decided on which attack you use. Right? Like, the number of times that, oh, he's here back. Okay, cool. But is still not usable. Still can't make him usable. But, like, if we use, I'm pretty sure if we use the mock drill that put the, like, 2 drill arms on him, like, give him that drill form then, and let one of his attacks pivot him out of forms. Like, that would be really cool. Yeah, only Dagarn has Brave. Yeah. It's also his last spirit. Like, I feel like the Dagarn spirit pool could be a little bit deeper, a little bit better. They give the wing poison skill that would be better in another game. Oh, the one where if you stand adjacent, you get more, like, dodge from them. Is that the one? Let's just, like, get you back. Yeah, that's fine. Agent. Yeah, I think that's the one I was thinking of. I don't remember exactly how it works, but do we know where you're from now? Original. Okay, I assumed he was original. Yeah, I'm curious if we're actually gonna get to keep him or not. He seems like he's a little bit too statted to have that happen. I guess, like, this is not getting any better. I guess we, like, probably just, like, should go and kill Hadias now. I will say, I admire the fact that this map has something different to it in that we have, like, indestructible units. But Agent if under 80% HP, better dodge, attack, defense on enemy phase only. Oh, okay, that was not what I was thinking of. Because now that you say that, I do remember that. I think what I was thinking of was, the one I was thinking of was probably one that was just on Duo. But yeah. Yeah, but because this game is so player phased, like, giving you stuff on enemy phase feels sort of irrelevant. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, well, this is probably the last one. I should have leveled up Seiji first. That was my bad. Maybe we're still not done yet, I'll say. Event Jammer, which is also on the MJP, All Analyzer Girl. Maybe that is what I meant. If this is, in fact, the end. Well, we'll go look at that, too. Maybe that's what I was talking about. Okay, the final conditions have changed. Do you now have... This is like the Jeeg music. Yeah, Pantheroid. Okay, cool. Oh, is this the one where he gets the horse bottom? Is this the one that is like from the toy that I remember? This only having 2 ammo is pretty rough. Okay. Let's get the, like, pseudo cannon kill. You can have a soul. You need to get penalized again because you are dead now. Or you died and came back. So let's restat all of you. Here. Suleto, where are you? You get down to nothing. Great. I think that's everything. Okay, I mean, he at least has, like, some defensive properties to, or, like, some abilities to him. Okay, sure. Yeah, 2 ammo, still better than Cosmodo only having 1 ammo. I mean, like, yeah, like, for sure, true. I had a Jeeg toy. I had, here, actually, let me show it. I'll put it on screen, because I talked about it last time. I didn't actually show it. I had, like, dollar store brand Jeeg, but also not. Like, it was very much literally Jeeg. So these toys were called, I think the weird's on screen. These toys were called Micronauts. This was an American brand, but they bought parts from other identities and sort of cobbled them all together. So, like, one of them was this set of action figures, and, like, that's Jeeg's body. It's all metal. Or, like, it's all magnetic, sorry. These are all magnetic and get combined together. But, like, 100% this is Jeeg's body. And let's see if we can find the horse. And here's the horse that they could go on. You took their legs off, and then this portion snapped onto the bottom of the horse. There's those, like, here are the rockets that Jeeg shoots. Like, for sure that's what this was, but they branded it something different in America. I couldn't tell you what all the other points are. Yeah. I couldn't tell you what all the other things are referenced to. I would love to track down that information, like, but, like, this monster is so distinct, I would not be surprised if this was, like, a Super Sentai villain or, like, some tokusatsu enemy. There were a lot of these, like, this green thing was also, like, from the same, like, villain faction. Oh, yeah, here are the 3 of them together. Like, these are such distinct designs that, given how much of the rest of this stuff was, like, just, like, moved over from somewhere else, I would not be surprised. I get a bigger picture of this. That's fine. Yeah, like, these rotor fans look like they are from one of the Spazers, one of the Grendizer Spazers. They look very similar to that. And, like, these don't fit well on this thing's back. So I would not be surprised, again, if these just, like, were taken off of another toy and just, like, adapted poorly. Yeah, it does have very Power Rangers energy. Like, this group of, if you've seen the Disney movie Tron, these Tron looking idiots were the, like, main characters, but they were all, like, different color themed in a way that feels very akin to Power Rangers. Yeah. So I was like pumped when I started playing these games. I was like, oh, I recognize that. I know what this is. I still have them somewhere. They're at my parents' house. I need to dig them out. I gotta dig them out at some point. I see if we can, like, uncover anything else that was, like, cool or exciting to be found in there. Okay. This is It does not say it's going to be lethal, so this is fine. I want to give Jeeg the kill if we can. Yeah. And let's get some resources. That should be good. Okay. It's time to pay the piper, Himika. I mean, they made Power Rangers by retooling Super Sentai, unless it was something different. No, for sure they did. Yeah. Power Rangers, like the first like 2 English language Power Rangers was just like season 8 of Super Sentai. I don't know which like got translated over into German first, but I imagine it was probably roughly the same. But like that was also sold as we are going to deliberately like sell you a season of Super Sentai to be like converted, where I get the sense that Micronauts a little bit was like, we have leftovers from like resale stores that were just trying to get rid of their like leftover toys. We're gonna cobble these together into their own identity, rather than it being like, right, like the Jeeg robot is not the main character by any stretch of the imagination. It's just like some random characters that also fight at some point. That it feels a little bit more like they were just sort of like slapping stuff together rather than it being like sold as like one continuous unit or series. I remember the animal one very fondly. There were a couple of animal ones, but I'm assuming it's probably the early one. So like, yes, I do also remember them fondly if we are thinking of the same. I couldn't tell you what the names of any of them were though. And yes, I would love to hear a joke. What do we got? Not even that much money. I am undone. Okay. Yeah, like, okay. I will give this DLC credit. We are moving in the direction of what I would like to see out of stages. A stage where we have a lot of enemies we can't fight is good, but it's way too easy to just ignore them. Like, we could just, I even said I was going to do stuff with Seiji, and then I got the opportunity to, and then still didn't. I just, like, give us actual pressure, though. Like, let that actually be something that matters. Like, have a couple of invincible enemies when we are, like, doing a defense objective. Have a couple of invincible enemies that are, like, trying to get, just, like, have multiple things at once. Like, don't take a single gameplay element and make that be the whole stage, you know? Okay. Why did we give them his? I think there were probably just parts we had left over. Okay, let's see how much we can pump up his ammo. Howdy, Tricky. Welcome in. It has been a while. I was surprised I didn't see you last time, but my last stream was also just sort of like very sudden. But because we're doing Y content again, I figured you'd pop up. How have you played the DLC already? How do you feel about the DLC? Would you like to live in a gaming in gaming Lower Austria? I can no longer offer Upper Austria, but the English kept stealing the town sign, so it's I'm unfortunately, I'm not sure I'm following the joke. I'm sorry. I do not have the DLC. It's not worth it, right? I don't think so. I think the general consensus so far has been this DLC is slightly better, but yeah. Something that they did. So let's talk about something that they changed, and we'll look at the units for you too. The A Advent, inexplicably because of this DLC, just has a base 5 more energy. Gaming and Fuging are already village names. Okay, hold on. Would you like to live in gaming Lower Austria? I can no longer offer you Upper Austria because the English kept stealing the town sign. So it's okay. I get it. Sorry, that took me a minute. I just did not know the town names, but that's fair. That's fine. Yeah, no, I don't know if that's like part of the patch that you'd get having access to just the mission omens, but I went back to look at my spreadsheets, and I saw that my spreadsheet for the A Advent was wrong. I figured maybe it was because of, also like weirdly, when you get the A Advent for stage 1, 2, and 3, it has slightly lower stats, and then in stage 4 it has slightly better stats. I thought it was that change, but that can't be, because it either didn't have enough or it had too much for that change. So like, nope, it just weirdly has 5 more energy than it did before. But that means that there could be all these other little changes too. Like the same thing happened with Kira during the first DLC update. Where is he? Something about his passive change. I don't remember what it is now. Oh, yeah, like he did not have this +1 movement to his ace bonus the first time, and now he just like suddenly does. So like again, there could be all these little numerical changes. Also, I just noticed that Echika's commander becomes superhumanity. Shows how little I looked at that screen. I also, you're telling me that I need to go back and look at it now. Hold on a second. Yeah, no, I don't remember this at all. Neat. We never get her to 150. I do appreciate how many things got stacked onto her to give her stuff at 150. But yeah, like her stats are just low though. It like they do this with so many characters, right? Like they decrease the amount of thing that they have in order to like give them it by stats. Like so many Fire Emblem characters work that way. So like, yeah, but like I don't mind it in this case because also a lot of the STG memory things, like here, this also incentivizes her to get there. So at the very least, I appreciate that the game is signposting hard that you want to try and bring the A Advent up to 150, like bring Echika up to 150 morale. I think it could for sure be better, but I don't mind that they're like consistently doing that though. I have no idea why they buffed Kira. I don't understand. I don't understand why they made the buffs that they did. Like, I don't understand what about the A Advent said 5 more energy was going to fix it. Oh, do you? Okay, that's good to know. So, like, this is also available for the free update, too. Okay. The characters I can think of that lower stat thing is Char and Amuro's skill. In this game or in another game? Midwestern Memory is not to my liking. I like the idea that they could be doing this, but I think this is a pretty limp way of handling things. I can't hack and move it around, which is very just stupidly frustrating. But these 3, the skill program ups, are far too good, and these unique parts are far too lackluster. These cost so much. These cost, what, 120,000 if you do all 3 nodes, 60,000 for repeats. They're so bad. Yeah, you can't refund them because these are not one time. Like here, look how much MXP I have. You can just keep rebuying it. Here, we'll look at it in a second. Yeah, it's 20 missions to afford 1, and you can keep rebuying them, which is why you can't refund them. Buy it. Okay, I don't remember which is which, but it's Gain and Fortune and Valor and Bullseye, which we could already just do with MXP better. It's an assist cheer. It gives you 2 charges, and then just like gives you spirits that you could have already done already. I don't think these parts are bad. I think they are bad for 60,000 MXP. Yeah, like 3K for a mission is pretty average. Yeah. Yeah, no, right. It is 60,000 on repeat, but the first one is 120,000. It's double that. It's like this. It's not good. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like if we get them another way, fine, buy it. But like compared to this, giving you 2 stat ups for 3,000, you get 2 stat ups per mission. This is, I think, too aggressively costed. Yeah, there is like, this is probably the best node giving 500 extra permission. But yeah, you need to do 10 missions just for this to break even though. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think I would be even willing to go 20,000. They would be worth it to me. 60,000 for short. I've not thought about the hard number where this cost makes sense to me. 10,000 definitely. Oh yeah, no, it is for sure the best use of it. Like, I think there should be an outlet for excess MSP. Like, there should always be an unlimited hose or an unlimited faucet, I believe is the design term. But I think in the way that this game does not know how to balance its numbers, I think this is costed too much in your favor. Yeah. I do think that is true, that you'll never be able to afford it on your first run. Normally, if you were trying to do this, my worry is after a point, if we can figure out, like, my worry is that there's a point where we could figure out these characters well enough that you just never buy this, that you only buy these, and that's the entire way you spend your MXP. That, like, you might never need to engage with this system because just giving the right stat points to the right people just make them so impossible to fight against. Yeah, we can check the assist cheer price. An assist cheer costs 33,751. I guess that's also more expensive. It's also cheaper than it's supposed to be because I have the MXP on. You can buy them with funds. They're just like, they are. I don't actually remember what my discount is. I think my discount is 50% right now. That is what the discount is. I guess here, you know what? Hold on. I'll just re-put this back in later. Oh yeah, so assist cheers are normally 45,000, and then these are normally 75,000 funds for 1 point of them. So 3,000 MXP and 150,000 funds. Right, because you're getting 2 of these parts. I think it is way easier to come across 3,000 MXP. I think you can certainly get that amount of money off of a mission. You get in about 2 to 3 missions as opposed to 20. Yeah. I mean, you can definitely get 3K out of 1 mission if you, like, fully stat into getting all the MXP bonuses. Like, between the A Advent's Ace bonus and that new one, you guarantee 1,000 off of it. And then if you have all the ones that are like plus how much extra from a single kill. If you were in max, you could probably cap 1 mech and not really have much else to spend it on. Yeah. But just like, yeah, like the numbers just don't feel like they were thought of very carefully. You could invest into a second mech, but 1 mech can probably beat everything on its own. Yeah, I mean, right, like that's like I guess yeah. We are already I think the quote unquote best / most optimal. Best in terms of mechanical fidelity is to already min-max 1 character. And I think this just lets you do that way easier using fewer brain cells, figuring out fewer of these resources. Like, there's just way fewer opportunity. There's a way lower opportunity cost to do that, I think. I mean, assist your MXP to stats is way better. You get 33,000 for each mission without the factory folk. Yeah. You get the shop in Chapter 3 and MXP to buy skills in Chapter 4. Okay. Yeah, right, like, yeah, again, I've not played through this with this in mind, but I think how I described it last time was as soon as the power spike of getting access to the shop for the first time runs out, I think the new STG memory will kick in and then, like, we'll give you a second, like, shot at that jump. Yeah, Getter's a really good option for it. Kira's a really good option for it. He's much later, obviously. I still take umbrage with how much people value the Getter's map attack. The Getter's map attack is still very awkward to use because of how it hits. It hits in like the like diagonal tile set. Yeah, Kira's way better for map attacks. But yeah. But while we're here, Tricky, so you can see this. I mean, that is true. Like Getter is still like good in other contexts too. He does get Zeal. I think if you're soloing with one character, odds are you're not going to get enough levels to get like, hold on, what levels are Getter? We've got Takuma at 61. He does not have Zeal yet. I feel like if you're only picking one character, everything is going to scale so much less that you're probably never actually going to see that Zeal on him. Like, I don't know if that actually ends up mattering. But yeah, let's at least look at the. Oh, actually, hold on. Before we do that, because I don't want to forget. I want to look at the wing boys we were talking about to make sure I remember the names of things. Yes, jamming was the thing I was thinking of, not agent. Yeah. Did I see the one Reddit guy doing LTC? I did really early on. I had not seen recently. They somehow power level Getter to 65. Wild. Okay. Maybe if you just like double XP on every boss kill. And be Getter for boss killing due to Zeal damage, and all pilots get their SP back. From the second. Oh, we just didn't know it. Okay, cool. No, I did not see that. I've not checked on Reddit in a while. I've been busy trying to fight to have internet, and also and also my pipes froze, so I've also been trying to fight that. I like never have the opportunity to like sit and think about this without like something in my life like needing to take my attention. But that does mean it is theoretically doable. Yeah, I guess that said, even if things are going to be lower, level, if all of the XP is getting funneled into Takuma, you know what? Also, I think Tricky, we had debated this before too, that maybe you're opting into some of the relic missions. Like, if you're opting into some of the relic missions, even though it's taking one extra turn, you could also just like jump a high level. Like, that's how we got Hayate to 76. Especially if you are cheering those. I could see it. Never mind. I could see it. Did you notice that? The second, for some reason, counts all 3 Getter pilots as main pilots. Yes, we did talk about that on a Nuts and Bolts. That the Getter pilots are definitely some of the most goofed up stuff because they are all mains. No, I've really not had an opportunity. I've not had much of an opportunity to try anything yet. But also, like, I was waiting because, like, I don't want to put work into something and have everything change in the way that I was just like, well, the numbers on Echika are different. I would not be surprised if there's some other weird numbers here that are, like, slightly different. I guess maybe I'm, like, too want to hold on to a, like, core corrected version rather than being like, well, it was right before, we can just, like, modify it afterwards, you know? Yeah, I do want to figure that out because, right, like, I had such a different experience with it using, I think it was variable combat, that we, like, got him to lethal so quickly. You got the first 5 chapters done? Sick. I'm, like, clearly behind. I've got so much I gotta work on. This exhibition, I found a way to shave off a turn. Nice. Yeah, I need to get back to this. It did not help not having internet for a while, where it was everything I was just to get videos uploaded. Like, I would play, record, and then upload, and that would be the entire duration of what I could use my computer for that day, and that was like what I had to keep doing to get videos kept going. Also, I wonder if I should try an early relic, spend 1 turn to go around 60k gold. Yeah, like, I think a couple of them are probably going to be worthwhile. I think they will jump enough in I think they jump you enough in power that they will make up for that one turn. Like, they're going to make up for that one turn in other places. You're adding one turn here, but you might be taking away like 2 turns later. I would not be surprised if that was true. Hold on, I need some water. Okay, right. Let's look at let's show off all of the DLC units, or as much as I have right now. I do want to go back so we can just show the stars in a second. I'll remember to do that, but then we'll keep going. We just finished Wang. It was good. I also hate Wu Fei and Y even more. He is so character assassinated. Yeah. I mean, yeah, like it is the complaint I have about these games. It's like one of the reasons why I typically ignore the story regularly is they like have to reduce everyone down into this like one singular vision of them that is like very insincere to like the complexity they have in the original story. That I'm like, why am I even here? Okay, Jeeg is a split defender. He has an amount of armor and an amount of mobility that both are trying to pretend to be how they are, like how he's like protecting himself. He also has build up. If he is destroyed once, if he's destroyed once, he gets all of his HP, energy, and ammo back. First mission with Jeeg, I wonder why its accuracy is so low. I think because it wants to try and like incentivize you to use Bullseye, but like, yeah, it's a good question. In a mission called Omen, it's a self-revive. Yeah, it's a self-revive. Yes, I agree. I would have loved for Wu Fei to be a yellow unit. I don't think there are any yellow units in this game though. But yeah, no, that like I think he regularly serves as like 3rd or 4th faction. My take on this so far has been this just doesn't matter endgame. I think you might get it a couple of times early game, but you're probably I don't think there are any yellow units. I think if you're in a position where this is triggering, you are probably also going to just die a second time pretty quickly. They exist in 30. Did they ever do that? They've done it in other games too. The Godzilla units are yellow. Interesting. Okay. But okay, hold on a second. Wait, no. They have yellow colored health bars, but they don't function like a capital Y yellow, capital U unit. To me, when we talk about yellow units or green units, we talk about units that are like faction neutral, where they will both fight red. They'll fight red units and you just as much. And I don't think that ever happens because like the Godzilla units, when the Godzilla generics show up, they regularly just attack you and don't attack the other enemies. Do they attack each other? Okay, maybe this is one of the end game. What like the end game split does have you see Godzilla more, but at least as far as I remember when we played them, like the little Rodans, I don't remember them attacking it. Maybe we just killed them too quickly. Okay. They were yellow units. I had red units, killed 2 of them. It was the early game. Huh, okay. I mean, yeah, like this is why it's like this is why anecdotal evidence is not helpful and like why I want to have spreadsheets about these. Maybe we just like maybe in the playthrough on the channel, I just like wedged my units so squarely between them that they never got the chance to. The mission where you excavate something for Jet Jaguar. Okay, yeah, I know the one that you were talking about. But yeah, so even worse that they didn't make Wu Fei a yellow unit then. Regardless though, they also they do it very sparingly here. Look at me being too bad to get all of them dead immediately. Well, that's not what I said. But no, it is frustrating watching them steal kills. If you're not planning on, I like using that in 30 or not in 30 in 3 to like even out some of the generics because like it was just like too dangerous without them. So the aliens do exist in those kaiju fights with the red units and yours. Okay. Color me incorrect. Yeah, we got Jeeg at level 65. He had everything already, so I don't know when any of these are going to show up. Like, I don't know how low his potential is to start, but none of these feel like they matter that much on him. Do you have a save that has that mission? No, I don't have. I don't have any of this. Like, I don't have saves from individual ones right now. Yeah, no, I will at some point. So yeah, one of the things I'm doing with my data gathering is moving forward in time and making an individual save at each of them to like make a library out of them, and I'm just not that far yet, I don't think. I guess, yeah, is it in chapter 2? I have most of the files up to chapter 2. Or I have most missions saved up to chapter 2 as individuals, but other than that, I don't. They're over in a folder somewhere else though. Mission 3-6, a warning in the future. Okay, yeah. I don't have any individual saved for chapter 3 yet. It should be that one. Okay. Yeah, I can potentially go and confirm it at some point. I've also just like super burned myself out of this game from playing it on stream and just like a lot of the missions being mush. We'll see how much I get back to it once we're like done here with the DLC. I think G gets Excel way too late. He does get Soul. I'm glad he gets Soul, but like he gets 1 point of ignore size to allow his small, like he's size small, so like this lets him punch up to medium. Like one more of these would be fine, but like he has no unique skills, which makes it so bad. I think it was burned out 2 for a while. I got back into another DLC as 2 is out. That's fair. Yeah, I was hoping for this to like sort of reinvigorate me. It's not very fun if you get one turn in a tedious way. Exactly. It is a very cheap focus. Part of that is because of this. Actually, here, let me save. I want to save anyway, so we can reload to the other one to like show off the star part. Yeah, let's take all these off. I just don't want to have to put these back on all the time. Yeah, I can't remember if it's base 10 or base 15. It is base 10. Yeah. I think I said bullseye. I guess he does also have a bullseye. But yeah, like I think this is why he has such low accuracies, because they sort of just assume you're going to be using focus all of the time. Which is why I'm calling him like a mixed defender, because he doesn't have enough dodge to actually dodge, but like you want to have focus on regular. Yeah, like focus, like a 10 cost focus is good, but your hero is 50% with focus. Oh, that's atrocious. I don't remember it being that bad, but we also probably had like we probably had like our normal STG memory stuff on. Yeah, no, that's like you know what? I do have a chapter 2 save. Yeah, we could pull that up later too. Yeah, we can check that out. But like even still, like I especially that early on, like what are we hitting to? Like we're getting numbers that are just like a lot of the rest of our units have these also, I'm pretty sure. Like let's look at someone who is theoretically an attacker that we've not like invested into that much. I guess the new Gundam is like maybe a little extra for counting here. Like the Zeta Gundam. Like, right? It doesn't have anything as bad as the Vulcans, but like the Vulcans are intentionally not a powerful attack. Like he has low accuracy, and we can pay for something to like give him slightly better accuracy to maybe get him like regular power weapons. Reminds me of Quest has no focus because she gets focus with the ace bonus. Yeah, exactly. And Art did point out, though, I did overlook this a little bit. One of the things I do want to do also is just like see how much we can push his ammo. He is one of the few units that has his last attack be ammo. So like he can use parts that no one else is using, which is like decent. But also like having like instances of 2 and 4 ammo are so low. They're so low. But that's like basically his whole profile. I don't like, short of anything else y'all are seeing, none of these seem particularly that exciting to me. Like the Jeeg Breaker is not bad, right? Like this is decently cheap for being a barrier buster and ignoring size, but also wonder if the first Godzilla attack nerf is percent based or just a points reduction. Do you know the answer? I think we figured out that it was a 500 points reduction. I think it is point based, not percent based. At least in early game, 2 ammo finisher is also still better than base Combattler V at 100. But I don't know. We just got the Pantheroid right now. I don't know what actual mission, I don't know what chapter you need to be in to get access to this. But you don't have this to start. We just got the Pantheroid from doing the last mission we did. I think if I were to guess, I think that might be a chapter 4 or 5 mission. Like before that though, you still have Mock Drill, which is like not that much off. It is a 2-4 post movement for ammo, 6,500 power attack. It's not 500. Okay. Red Bags went down by 1,000. It went from 7,000 to 6,000. Interesting. You fight Godzilla a couple of times. Do you remember which ending you were doing? Is it possible that the number is also different depending on which ending you're doing? Because I did not do the true ending. Says near end of chapter 4, basically start of chapter 5. Okay, okay. What? I've got 5 points of weapon upgrades on him. What is the Combattler at with 5? Oh, is the first fight with 1,000? Okay, okay. Okay, so yeah, it is 400 power less, but we are swapping out a 100 energy cost for an ammo cost. Second fight, you have a way to half counter red dust and lose 500. Okay, so I guess I was half right. I guess maybe that's the part I was remembering. I just distinctly remember us talking about it being a 500 point drop. Yes, okay. So like this is fine. I guess 2 ammo is basically the same as like 100 energy. Right? How much do you have by default? You have 250 energy. Yeah. The 500 is more relevant since 1,000 you can just skip 6 turns. You can win just skipping 6 turns. Oh yeah, yeah. That's the one where you don't actually have to kill him. You just have to last. You just have to survive. I do kind of think we still killed him anyway. It's been a hot minute. But yeah, so I guess. Oh right, we didn't do these. Well, that's what I was saying. I do want to see how much we can like force it up with like optimized and then like regular amounts for ammo. Is that hard if you have a good Zeal user? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think we Zealed. I mean we also were just like super invested into Hayate at that point too. So I think we just like pierced through it. Yeah. Jeeg's custom bonus is 20 mobility, which is also making his accuracy look a lot better. 300 armor, and the mock drill gets... Oh, right. So actually, yeah, sorry. Here. When we don't have the Pantheroid, this also is 6,200. It is 300 power less. The Godzilla theme is very good. The Godzilla theme is really good. And then his ace bonus. Yeah, I don't know what his potential normally is. Once we go over these units, I'll crack out a chapter 2 normal save file and see what it is. We got him at level 65 because he was scaled with the rest of our team, so he was already really high level. Ability does not interact with hit rate, just evasion. Oh, right. Sorry. That's right. I forgot that this game, I've not thought about the math in this game. Yeah. Sight, it's just sight that's hit rate. Isn't potential 9 at base. I remember it having it as well. Oh, okay. Okay. If that is the case, I will accept that that's maybe a little bit better then. I kind of dig then that he maybe does need to take some damage to like scale into the potential, right? Like we want him to take damage to actually make that happen. Yeah, we'll crack out the chapter 2 save file after this, so we can like split the difference between like full like finished and not. I guess that also means that like this 2000 plus HP works a little bit better because it's like going to function. It's going to synergize better with the potential. Like you want higher HP to start rather than higher defense to like rather than higher arm to start. I should still be potential level 9 since now the skills don't grow, only psychic powers and new type. I guess that's true. I guess those never level up. I was assuming maybe they did a little bit. Potential in 30 was super busted. Potential 7 in 30 is equal to potential 9 in Y. Okay. Yeah, it does feel like every game. It feels like every game it works a slight bit differently. And 9 is 3 times better than 7. Yeah, right? Like in this game, 90% versus 70%. So taking 10% instead of 30 is 3 times better. Yeah. Yeah, I guess I just been holding out hope this whole time that some of these skills were growing. They just like never actually did. But yeah, I am used to the default assumption that the damage reduction is a 10%. 10% scales with 10% health. That like at potential level 1, at 10% HP remaining, you take 10% less damage. At level 2, at 20% remaining, you take 20% less damage than at 10. Yeah, but here 9 only goes up to 7 day. But you also just get like way higher like armor numbers. But then the rest of his ace bonus is just 5 to all stats, which is like just kind of nothing. He has good he's like decent stats to start, but this is just like a nothing of an ace bonus. He is like very much a like ball of stats kind of unit. At least the 9 version on bosses is not as horrible. It was so bad in 30. Yeah, I mean like this game, especially with how many like percent scaling damage attacks you have, though, I think the point is just to skip the second half of the boss HP and just take them from like middle HP out. I guess we'll look at Dagarn later because we just like this is not the final version of Dagarn. We don't have the Great Dagarn yet. Potential 9 guard and 100,000 HP can be fought early. That does sound very rough. That wasn't in this game, was it? That is in reference to 30 being so bad. I don't remember a character named Zagato. But like clearly I've got no memory of anything. Yeah, if you go under 30% HP, you do scratch damage. Yeah. Obviously Ryoma's ace is rather good. It's like a free 20% extra damage scaling. We bought 1 level of break morale for him because he needs to be at 170. He starts with only getting up to 160. He only has break morale level 2. Starting 5 is fine. Spirit Endurance I just don't think matters. We like so seldom see these effects take place that I just like don't think that matters at all. Yeah, free attacker, but you need 170 morale. I mean, yeah, that is like mostly true. That's like mostly true because like you also still get attacker too. But like yes, like that is true. That's like a correct way of describing it. Zagato is in T and 30. The first Rayearth final boss, followed by 1 afterwards, followed by a Lamia later. The first final boss. Oh, maybe that's why the name is familiar. Maybe I remember him from T. Yeah, the only time it matters is against the final boss. Reject is on a route. What, the like double attacker scaling part? Why is that the only time it matters? The boss has immobilize. Oh, for spirit endurance. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, the route that I still have not played, which is why I like have to go back and play at least one more time to like I can talk about the thing that everyone else is doing, then like, yes, I could see why that would be relevant then. Yeah, but I am still a very strong proponent that just because it matters, like I feel like too often with tactics games we talk about the last turn, like the last mission being the thing that matters the most, and like yes, it does matter, and like that would be relevant there, but up until that point, the other 99% of the game, this doesn't do much of anything, and I think that he can't get a lot of credit for it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like normally very bad, and like I appreciate that there is a very small niche that he has at the end game with this, but I don't think that gives him a lot of credit. You think reject Izana is not the true route? Is it not? Did we fight her? Did we fight her, and did it just not matter? I thought we SP down who does that. I don't think anyone does. I think that is just tied to this so that we can't SP down the enemies that have this. But that doesn't matter either, because like they don't need to have SP. I think half of these effects are just like poorly written because they're like holdovers from 30, or just like they plan something different. Maybe, you know what? No. I think there was one Mazinger boss that did it. Maybe it wasn't Hadias, but I think maybe it was Hadias. Okay, yeah. I think some Mazinger enemy did do that. But it's such a small amount. It's such a small meager amount of SP to like SP to lose that like I also just like kind of don't care. His spirits are good. Like, this is a good pool of spirits. Azil at 40 is like, I don't know what the rest of the costs are normally, but Azil at 40 feels very aggressively costed. Unfortunately, though, I don't think Hayato or Musashi are very good. Like, Mercy, I don't think matters. A 15 cost flash is fine. Like, it for sure stacks well with the 15 cost persist. Like, we take that. A 20 cost excel is a little pricey. A 20 cost analyze, I think, doesn't matter. Like, if you got as a skill part, I wouldn't be too thrilled. Yeah, exactly. I would never choose to have it over something else. If we got it for free and there's nothing else we could have gotten, then sure, I would take it. But like, that's not the right button. Like, this could have been something else. We could have put so many other things here. 20 cost Excel without a subpilot. No, he is the subpilot. We can't switch to Hayato or Musashi. We only get to have Ryoma. They can't switch forms. Like in OG, you have Einst normal enemies with Immobilize, Total or Sieg, indeed Total Victory. Yeah, right. Like if it's on normal enemies, I think that's what we talked about before. That like I asked a lot of questions about Spirit Endurance when we saw it at first. I was like, why is this way? And everyone was like, yeah, no, it's still from a holdover from 30 when like that happened more regularly. Yeah, Jaguar and Lelouch have it at 10. Ropit has it at 4 MXP. This is just wasting a slot. I don't know when we actually get Intuition, but this also feels like we're kind of wasting a slot when we already have like we have Flash and Bullseye already. The Intuition costs us 5 less, but like we are still wasting a slot. And Pierce I don't think matters. I mean like Pierce matters for these 3, but like it also just like Pierce barely matters so much for this game because so many of the attacks you want to use already have Barrier Buster. The Jaguar is so annoying since he has to wait too long for his good combat. I'm still really onto this. Like, I don't think Jet Jaguar needs to be a combat unit. I think he's just a support unit. And I think he's still very good. I think he's good enough in that role that he gets to be qualified as a great unit because his supports are still just good enough. Like genuinely, frankly, just 10 cost analyzes are maybe enough to make him relevant. And he gets to perform combat every once in a while in a way that is proficient, and he doesn't have to heal if he has a free time. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly, right? Like I think the fact that he has proficient combat is an upside to a support unit, not he is a slow combat unit that has supports, which gives him a kind of a downside. Pierce only seems to matter for map attacks. Yeah, and then we just like never have pilots that have Pierce on them with map attacks. He natively has repair. Yeah, he natively has repair. Resupply also feels like it doesn't matter as much in this game when we have like just the spirits that cast resupply. But like, obviously he would be better if he had both. He does feel like he's a unit that should be like Ropet, not Ropet, like Carrot, who could do both at the same time though. Why would it not be good with map attacks? You just like to like cut barriers. Come on, switch over. No, I'm thinking like to cut barriers of the L game units. There were a lot of I was at least finding there were a lot of times where Kira was hitting things that had the default like percent down barriers that we were not actually cutting through. I admittedly am saying this as someone who is largely ignorant to map attacks. I tend to not use them very much, but like when we were using Kira, I mean, not that he needs that much help, but like this was, oh, maybe it wasn't. He has Barrier Buster. Maybe it wasn't Kira's then. Does it get Barrier Buster later? Maybe it wasn't Kira's then. I swear there was a map attack we were dropping on people, and pretty well without fail, the L game units were always just surviving. Yeah, it has Barrier Buster, so it mustn't have been Kira's then. I think the point still stands. Yeah, it's a question of like which one is it going to be then. Let's hold on. Let's check quick. Maybe this is just like fully facsimile. Thunder Bomber doesn't have Pierce, but like the extra damage from like the extra damage off of Chosen from Getter is probably better anyway. Yeah. No, we're gonna check. We never really used Ciela though for combat. Like that doesn't matter. You don't have one. The Buster launcher max output has Barrier Buster. I wasn't thinking that one. Hold on. I guess I'm way too used to using Kira's map attack and not considering the others. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's like also why that's why I want to go through and do this and like to make sure I'm not just like saying a thing that is not true that I'm just like remembering incorrectly. Because like, yeah, we kind of got to the point where that was the only map attack we were using. Was it maybe it was the Absolute Zero Beam. It may have been Lelouch's attack. They don't have one. Do you have one? I don't think you do. You also came too late. This may also be deeply biased by when I was like trying to think of Lelouch as a combat unit, and I was like, that doesn't actually matter. We don't need to do that. Also, Wing Zero map is way too small. Yeah. Yeah. No, that's why I was saying it. Like I do. Again, why I want to go through it, because like I do think now also at this point, now at this point there's no reason to make Lelouch a combat unit. He's good enough without it. I do remember trying to make him a unit before. Maybe it was the full blazer also, because I did try to use the Stella Velis for a bit. Maybe it was this one also. Oh, you know what? It probably was, because we are in Postal City. We are in the L game capital a lot for the end game, and that was around when we were using this. Maybe it was also the full blazer. Lucia's really good as map attacker and X since his attack is so darn huge. Yeah. Yeah, I know that was like usually our refrain about most of the Code Geass units is just like, wow, they would be really good in combat if they were just in a different game. Like that's what we did with Callan a lot. We said about Callan that a lot too. Do you also have a map attack? I think it may have been the two of these originals that I was thinking of actually. Because the variant Gladiator also does not have Pierce. Yeah, I mean, does he not reach level 9 survival gene? Yeah, see, like this skill levels up. He does have very good damage boosting though. Oh, but he also has Pierce. Maybe this is also a problem that I have just like playing DLC later. Like if I wasn't playing this on stream, I probably would have just waited for the DLC to come out for this because this is exactly what happens. 8's max, yeah, okay. Yeah, no, I buy why they wouldn't for like story purposes. I get that. I get the like narrative implication there. But yeah, okay, so to return to where we started, I do still think it would be true what we said, but I don't think the getter doesn't have a map attack, so like it doesn't matter in this context. Even if it does matter, I don't think it matters a lot anyway. This was like a really long tangent to confirm something that I think is like a 2 to 3 point like plus in their category. I assume the 150 level cap is probably not changing any of those growths. But yeah, I mean, yeah, using Pierce to get around support defense is fine. But I think like you probably also just want second attack anyway, and like that will also do that. It's admittedly way more costly. But yeah, I think regardless in general, I don't think it matters here. I for sure could see it mattering for support defenses. I just don't think it matters here practically very much. Again, like they have Zeal. No one ever starts adjacent to each other. You can just go and clear things long before they're going to be touching. Yeah. The extra level cap seemed way more relevant in T. I do think it's superfluous here. I do think that is true. His Final Boss becomes level 140. That said, I do like the idea that the boss is just like a higher level that you will never get to. That's cool though. And then like we already have 2 ways of dodging. Like Vigor theoretically is helpful. We're just never going to get hit. I think you use Pierce in one of the relics. That's fair. You could do that. Yeah. There's a couple of those relics where you have to kill that one target, and they do start touching. Yeah, that's fair. You could do that to get through them in a turn instead of like going through it in 3. Okay. But like then it being the 6th spirit he learns is also like not doing him any favors. Like it's so long to get access to that though. You're probably clearing those relics before that. Because we also don't start with Hayato and Musashi. We do get them later at the same like we got them last mission. So like they're also a chapter 4. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Also touching it can happen at the enemy reinforcement spawn. Yeah. Yeah, drive. That's why I said like drive is the only redeeming quality I think of the sub pilots for the getter. Like this is exactly what we use. Yeah. This was the good one, and everything else doesn't matter. I just dislike that we paid literally everything else to get to this. I think wall is fine, but like the only reason we have this amount of armor is because I maxed his stats to prove a point before. Like I don't think I don't think it has that much armor to start. We'll look at his armor. When we go to chapter 2, we'll look at his armor then. Where are you? Yeah, he does get it 4th. I don't know when he gets this. But like you also don't get Musashi until chapter 4. And I don't know if a character you get in chapter 4 and it's the 4th spirit on their spirit list counts as early game. You're pretty sure that Musashi has the same spirits as in VTX. Same with Hayato. Oh, okay. Interesting. That's a little disappointing to hear. I miss when they all had Valor. But yeah, like I think too many of these things fall too late. Like I just don't think we're you think early game is up to 4 spirits? Okay, I accept. Let's hold on, let's see. I think it's better than defining it. I think I would rather than define it by number of spirits, I would rather define it by what level they get it. Because like what? Jared in R doesn't get his 3rd spirit until he's level 30. Like, that doesn't qualify as early game to me. Like, that's awful. I don't think it's actually 30, but it's like, he gets his 3rd spirit so late. He has just focus and... What's his other one? Is it Excel? No, it's focus and persist. He gets focus and persist to start, and then it takes forever to get another one after that. You think they were cheaper in the other game? 25 cost gain is pretty rough. Okay, as far as Akarasu is concerned, he learns wall at level 25. Oh, no, sorry, no, that's the cost of it. They do not have the levels obtained yet for them. Well, I am not enterprising enough to get it. I don't have it gotten that quickly. Akira gets his 4th spirit smash at level 20. Meanwhile, Kyomo's 4th is Valor learned at 40. Yeah, exactly, right? That's why I'm hesitant to call. That's why I want to call it by level, not by, like, just number. I think the game Quest and Yune get early Valor in their 50s. Yeah, like Valor is so deeply locked behind levels that like the fact that level 40 or level 50 Valor is early is wild when like we have Don Cougar pilots in Alpha where they start with Valor at like level 8. The custom bonus is an energy regen 10, which is fine. Like, that's not nothing, especially on the getter. We're going to be really heavy energy cost. Like, this plus this is decent. I wish I would have seen a little bit more armor buff. Like, because also, like, it's 100 points. But this is also being helped by not only just this armor buff, but, like, fully invested into them. Neither of these give armor, though. Okay, I want to make sure. And, like, talking about this also is not necessarily immediately helpful, seeing as you also don't start with the Getter Noir G. You start with a different unit first. That gets switched over in the Chapter 4 one. Yeah, or, I mean, early it would, but it's a custom... I mean, it's the custom bonus. So, like, no, I guess you could have a custom bonus... I think you could have the custom bonus comfortably on, like... Not every character, but you could have it on a couple characters. Yeah, like that could matter. That could matter. I think it was just called a Black Getter. Yeah. I don't know if that also has the same custom bonus though. I can't imagine why it wouldn't, but it does have the same. Okay. Yeah, you could probably comfortably get a custom bonus early in this game. I was like, I'm too used. Because we haven't actually like had to think about getting the custom bonuses for like Alpha or W are really timely. Where like this is not. You could do that. Okay. Yeah, like they're definitely better. I think of the 3 of them, the Getter looks the best out of all 3 of them. We're not going to go over Degarns with the same amount of like fine-tooth granularity because this also isn't the last version of him. So like we want to look at this early and we can look at another one later. His custom is 40 energy, 1 move, all weapons gain 1 range. And he gains 10 morale on sortie. The 10 morale on sortie is definitely something. All of his weapons gaining 1 range, like that's good for these theoretically, but they also aren't post movement. So like he needs some things to help him with extra range. But like 1 to 8 range is very good. He doesn't start with this. This is also unlocked in the chapter 4 scenario. It's also 140 morale. But yeah. Like the plus 10 morale is like the highlight here, I think. It falls off as soon as you patch chapter 3 on unlock shop. Yeah, exactly. And then his ace bonus is if Seiji is in your assist crew, who I don't think is that good. We haven't seen what his level 4, his rank 4 is yet, but if Seiji is there, plus 10 to all pilot stats is kinda nothing. Brave is decent. I guess what we learned from potential is I don't know if Brave will level up, and if so, we'll look at Seiji in a second. He is the only assist that you get from the DLC. Oh yeah. Right. Like I don't know at what level this levels up. I don't know if it will. I assume it will because you can't buy it. I'm curious. I'm curious how poorly this scales. I remember one Super Robot Wars content creator making fun of an ace bonus that gave plus 10 to all stats, and this ace bonus is worse because it's conditional. Yeah, exactly. Whoa. Is it like super ultra blurry for y'all? Is that just because I have... Oh, no. It's just like defaulted my quality badly. Okay, never mind. That's fine. Yeah, no, it's like pretty heinous. Him getting bravery is decent. I now understand, NR, I now understand why you said bravery earlier. I thought you were talking about Degarn's last spirit. Maybe you were, but... Yeah, no, sorry. My stream was coming through blurry for a second, but that was only because when I had clicked off the page to pull open to look at Akarasu for the getter levels, it always resets my preview whenever I click off of it. But no, it's fine. Thank you for confirming that, Anna. But the fact that the Degarn by default has bravery, and then the assist you were supposed to put on also then gives you bravery is like, why? Yeah, okay. Yeah, he does have a wall. I think this is like the thing he is supposed to be doing, right? He does have a level 6 potential, which is okay. He does have a wall. And he does start with a good chunk of armor. Like, some of that is coming from Spirit of Steel. Yeah. If only with Soul, because it's so annoying how much I would have to use the Toxic Girl to give out souls to get one shots. Is Mio toxic? Do you think Mio's toxic? But yeah, Seiji gives Bullseye and Persist, and then evidently Bravery later. The Garlic Head? And he also gives +5 to damage stats too, with his passive. It's +3 and then +5. You think Excel Charge is pretty good and a Valor is good? Muse rubbed you the wrong way. That's unfortunate. I need to watch. I still need to watch it too. I've got to watch so much stuff. Who has Excel Charge? I think Excel Charge is pretty good, and a Valor is good. Or do you just mean like out of Bravery? Like Bravery is a good spirit. But it's kind of more of a bummer that he already has a spirit that you're asking to duplicate by having it in your assist crew also. Like, it doesn't have to be just on him, but like, theoretically, Seiji's turning into getting Bravery, you said. So like, it just feels bad that the character that's supposed to complement him, you're not even going to use it on him, right? At least the Garlic Head gives you one very early source of soul when you reach rank 4. Yeah, no, I think Miu is very good. I think she is like one of the best in here. Yes, Seiji also costs 4. Like, this cost is definitely not for these two. It's for theoretically what the effect turns into. Yeah, it's like, yeah, yeah, the promise is that we get Bravery. Paying 4 to get Bravery seems fine. Paying 4 to get Bullseye and Persist is atrocious. You never watched the show, just from the game? Okay, okay. Seiji's Bravery did help other characters get in reach. Okay. I mean, yeah, right, like giving Bravery to other people is going to be good. Just, I don't like that the character that you're asked to put on the team to synergize with one of your characters doesn't actually synergize with them, other than because a skill calls them out. Yeah, okay. Let's put him back on screen so we can all like debate about him. But I'm gonna go move around some save files to give us access to what this is gonna look like in chapter 2. If we're going to do this, if we do this, and I've got no problem doing this, I do suspect this means that we might end up having to spend some of another stream doing this too, which is fine by me. Steam, where are you hiding these? I don't want game recording. I want... Why do they need to change where all the menu options are all of the time? Is it not here? Where is that saved? That's like clearly not saved into the regular files. Sorry, I see that you're all typing a lot of stuff. I will get back to them and read them in a second. I just like want to find where this is. Is this in local? Let's try here instead. Yes, it is here. Okay, we got there. Saved games. I guess we can go... This should be available from this point, I think. If not, we have these open. We can just reload it quickly. I just won't close any of those menus. Okay. His rank 4 should add Valor or Soul or something then. Yes, agreed. Sage's Bravery. Yeah, I think Bravery on command would be good. Like, if you want to get Charge, maybe. Yeah. I personally think Bravery is better than Love. I don't... Hold on. Let me look at both of those so I can actually, like, comment on that. This is... Is it in Library? No. Is it in Search? Yeah, okay. Bravery is Excel, Bullseye, Persist, Valor, Spirit, and Charge. And Love is Excel, Bullseye, Flash, Valor, Spirit, Gain, and Fortune. So it's both as Excel, Bullseye. It's Flash and Persist, which are doing basically the same thing. Both have Valor, both have Spirit. So we're basically, we're trading out Gain and Fortune for Charge. I do think I like Charge better. Yeah, we're already incentivized to have ways of adding Gain and Fortune somewhere. That I think this is also more redundant, where it's very easy for piles to already end up with a Gain or a Fortune on them from something else, where it's way harder to do that with a Charge. I agree. I do think Bravery is better. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's what you were saying. Against Grunts, you get like 1k extra. Yeah, exactly. Degarn's your second favorite out of the three in this DLC, and also third in both DLC. I still think I like Double a lot. I think he's still very good. I do think Degarn is second, though. I think it is Noir, then Degarn, then Jeeg. Yeah, Flash versus Persist, Gain and Fortune versus Charge. Yeah. Like Charge more since you can just cast Bless. Yeah, exactly. That's true. Not all units need to use Charge. But it is a thing that when you need to use it, I care way more about having it to use. You know. Oh, did all of you leave me all at the same time? No, we're still streaming. Okay, YouTube just says that everyone's left. I'm sure that's not true. Okay, this doesn't matter. Oh, this is like turbo early on. Yeah, no, okay, you're all still here. Yeah, no, YouTube says that there are no viewers right now, which I did not think was true. YouTube just like doesn't know how to like correctly forecast anything. Well, I'm glad you're still here. Thank you. Get this out of here. Oh, did I get rid of that? No, I did not. Okay, good. That got copied. Want to make sure. Yours is Getter Noir, Bryger, Degarn, Common Riders, Jeeg, Roger. That's fair. Yeah, like Bryger's like hunkin' good for farming. Like Bryger is pretty decent at that. I don't remember exactly what the rest of their numbers are. Yeah. I mean, yeah, like that was mission. I call that mission 2-1 because I'm pretty sure that's like technically what it is. How I have them saved is like 1-1, 1-2A, 1-2B, 1-3A, 1-3B, 1-4, 2-1, 2-2. And I just forgotten that a mission for Brave Heroes was like locked at first. Well, like we have Omen now. Yeah. Yeah, mission for Brave Heroes is 2-1. Yeah, Omen's here so we can get them. Yeah, let's see what their defaults are. That does mean we're gonna have to play all of those missions a second time, though. I guess we don't need to pick them up. We don't need to pick them up, though. We can just look at them here, right? Yeah. Yeah. I'm also not sure why we don't have his, like... I don't know who the woman is, if it's his sister or his girlfriend. I don't know why she's not an assist. It's weird that she is not. You think the secrets in this game are lame? I would agree. They are, like, very straightforward once you start doing them. So often, they're just, like, giving you things early. Yeah. I mean, yeah, this is 37%. Admittedly, it's in a forest. Yeah, 47%. Yeah, it's, I mean, you said it was like 50 with the focus on. You said it was 50 with the focus on. This should be on expert, yeah. Hold on, let's make sure I didn't like take it off expert for some reason. No, it is not. It's on casual. There we go. That's why. Hold on. Oh, you know what? I probably did have it set to casual just so I could save it quickly. That's probably why. Hold on. Yeah. No, I know. I mean, casual, not even 100% is fair. Like that does still say something. I mean, I know what I'm going to... I mean, it's fair. Yeah. But we also want to see the rest of, like... We also want to see the rest of their stats, right? We want to see, like, what's going on normally when I don't have the, like, the points invested. Okay, this is +5. Yeah, okay, yeah. 22%. Yeah, it's 50. It is 52. You were right. It's 52 with a focus. Yeah. Yeah, no, that is atrocious. Yeah, he did. Okay, so yeah, we do start with potential level 9. I hope it's not as bad as the DLC 2 for 30. That mission was so dangerous they all almost died. I mean, like, this is going to be horrific. Well, like, do we need to play this, though? Like, I don't know what else we're going to see beyond this already. Like we have come, we have seen, we have conquered. I don't know how, like, I don't want to spend a lot of time investing into Jeeg right now. Like, I don't need to prove it on stream, this stream, what level he's going to get stuff at. Well, we haven't even finished the regular DLC yet. Yeah, we do also have the size advantage. We do even also have the size advantage. Yeah, no, Jeeg's got bad hit rate, which is just like regular hit rate, though. That is just like sight. He's got 152 accuracy. I mean, Ryoma should have no better then. Yeah, like, Ryoma has no better. I kind of just remember that being, like, roughly the experience on Expert in general, though. That, like, many of these pilots did not have good accuracy. I mean, at least he is a bullseye to patch it up, though. But the Getter Noir 1 is a bit rough. We only have these 2 attacks for a mission, and then we get a couple more after this. But yeah, no, all their accuracies are pretty honkin' poor. You have what? Bullseye and Persist to start. Okay. Yeah, like, at least these 2 have bullseyes. At least these 2 have bullseyes. Wait a second. He has 3% less than Jeeg, but has medium size. Yeah, so it's 153 accuracy plus 155 sight is 308 hit. The accuracy is calculated. I feel pretty confident. I remember this. The accuracy is calculated just like a 1 point to 1 point. So this is 308. Every point closer is also 5 more points. So the difference is he's got +5 on the Getter Cutter. We are also right next to him. So, like, that's also changing things. Right? We are what? 1, 2, 3 spaces away. So that means we are losing 9 accuracy compared to what Ryoma had. And we're only getting, at most, it's +5. Yeah, and Ryoma doesn't have a focus, but, like, just, like, lop 30 points off of this. Right? This is what? This is 22. Take 5 off because of the accuracy bonus from that hit is 17. That if we are 1, 2, 3 spaces away. Oh, we also can't be to get the. Oh, we can be to get this in. Yeah, this is 23 then. And that's at +5. And then he's got a combined, what, 308. And Jeeg has a combined 307. So it's 1 point up. That makes sense. So 31. I said a lot of numbers there. Sorry. It's a 31 to what? Size does nothing. So Ryoma is pretty much more accurate weapon, which does not matter because bullseye. I mean, yes, that is true, but just like to figure out the math for it. I thought size would matter more on hit rate. Yeah, it looks like it does not. Hold on, we can. Well, howdy there, Gundam. Welcome in. How are you doing? We've gone back to the beginning to just, like, talk about these units, like, where they're starting, rather than when I, like, pick them up at level, like, 60. Yeah, so... Right. This is 17 unaffected. Ryoma has 1% more than Jeeg. Ryoma, you are super. You were supposed to have lower accuracy. I mean, Jeeg's supposed to be a super too, isn't he? He's definitely not a real robot. Like they're right. They're both the same. Yeah, these hit rates are awful. Does being size small? You know what? Fine. Well, let's do this. Let's do this math quickly. Let's figure this math out. We have 155 sight plus 152 accuracy is 307. Hold on, no. We're gonna do it with Ryoma first. We're gonna do it with Ryoma first because he is medium. No, he's size large. Never mind, he's size large. Hold on. So we're gonna do it with the Dagarn because the Dagarn's medium. Yeah, and we can also we can't excel, but that's fine. We can get basically as close. So both these are +5 hit. You finished Trails, nice. The ending was diabolical. I now need to get ruminations on this ending until the next game comes out, probably 2027. I finished at 7 a.m. Did you stay up all night to play? I hope it was worth it. Yeah, we can verify stuff. Okay. Right, so the Dagarn has 155 sight and 151 accuracy. That is a combined 306 accuracy to the Luminous's 145 mobility and 151 evade. That is 296. That is 296 to 306. Yeah, so there's a 10-point difference there. I guess we also don't need to have the whole equation. We just need to set up the exact same conditions and see what the difference is. No, because that doesn't help though, because we don't know where size is impacting the equation though. Right? Because here we could go like this. We could go 1, 2, 3. We could go. We could check them all at 3 out. 3 out. This is 23. 3 out. This is also 23. Ryoma has its 308, and Dagarn has 306. Dagarn is getting +2 final accuracy from Brave 1. These are both medium. Yes, the Luminous is medium, and the Dagarn is also medium. It was worth it, but going in, a lot of people that went ahead and played the game in Japanese a year ago and said the end was diabolical, and they were right. I'm so curious what diabolical means. I need like a notes sheet. I need like a note tablet somewhere in here to make this perform. Hold on, I'm like hijacking my own stream. I like don't get to do that. I did not start delving into hit rate, but then when I like could not figure out the like damage equations for some, I started going to hit rate, figured those out, and then came back. I for sure had it figured out when the game came out. I just don't remember what it is anymore. Or no, I guess I didn't have it fully figured out. I think the problem I was having was I was finding that I could influence it, that like every point of sight and every point of accuracy I was putting on someone size medium against someone size medium was influencing it by 1 point, but I couldn't figure out like what the general equation was, that like something else was happening in there. But like we can go here, 26. We can move back a step, 23. We can move back a step, 20. Like we know that it still normally works the same way that it does, where every point of movement towards a unit, you get 3 more, and every point farther away, you get 3 less. But this was 306. This has an A on the ground. That's not impacting anything. This has -296 equals. This should be 10. Each step is 3. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I don't think every modern one does. But generally speaking, they tend to be by points of 3. Sometimes it is a percentage scaling, which is so frustrating to figure out. Okay, so the normal equation right now looks like it should be 10. We're getting 2 more from Brave, putting us to 12. We're getting 5 more from Hit, putting us to 17. 1, 2, 3, 4. And no, this works perfectly. We're at 20 and we're at step 5. Conventionally, we're step 4 and we're at 20. At 5 steps is normally where the game sees the equation as starting at default. So if we moved back 1 more step, we can't. But if we moved back 1 more step, we would have 17 accuracy, 3 off of this, which is what the math is. 10 hit from the differences in our values, plus 2 from final because of Brave, and then plus 5 from the actual weapon. So this does work out in the very conventional way. All the numbers are normative. So, given that, let's do this with Jeeg then. So this is 307. This is 307 minus 296 equals 11. None of these should be adding anything. You're at full health. We don't have enough morale. Guard's good. Ignore size. With larger enemies, units usually deal... That's not changing accuracy at all. Yeah, the default calculation based on 5 spaces away is the current theory. Yes, is... I can assure you that is how the GB... Like, that is the math behind the handheld games. I have tested that thoroughly, that is how it works up to that point. And the math does work perfectly here if it also does do that too. I know that's not a good reason to say that the math does work, but like that is what I'm going to be operating with. That 5 is the default range. Let's get that out of there. This is 1, 2, 3. Let's put you at 4 to get you as close to that as possible. I guess they didn't change that they looked at the current math in this test. Yeah, no, I don't think that they have changed that. At the very least, I think it is a safe default that we can go back and reconsider information in the event that we see those things have changed. So this is going down to 16. If we go back to step 5. We are getting a plus 5 from this. Yes, so okay. We have this is at 4 range, and we're hitting for 19 right now. We are going back to step. If we go back a step, that decreases it by 3. That puts us at range 5, which is the default, which is 16, which is what we would be getting normally. 11 from the equation, 307 minus 296, and plus 5 from the hit. So, yeah, so normally it would be 16% if you were 5 spaces away, exactly, which is what we should be getting out of the equation. So I would say being size small does not impact our ability to hit him at all. Let's do the reverse of this then. We are being attacked at 43% with a Mega Cannon. Mega Cannon is adding plus 10 to hit. We have a sight of 173. We have an accuracy of 154. So that is a total of 327, right? So the math works, and size doesn't matter for if you are hitting them. So size is now accuracy, boost nerve. What does that mean? So the math works, and size doesn't matter for hit rate. Yeah, I think size is just for dodging. I'm gonna check dodging now because we're here. Also, so 40% normally at 5 range. Oh yes, from the Luminous, yes, it should be 40% normally at 5 range. Yes, this is 2. What did I set? Yeah, it is 3. It is the Luminous's combined base accuracy is 327. Jeeg's combined dodge is 123 plus 156 is 279. This is, yeah, 327 minus 279 is 180. That's 47. That's normally 48. Then, yeah, at range 5, that should be 48. So, and it's 43. It would be 40. So we're getting an extra. We're getting an extra 8% from somewhere. Normally, a change in size is either 10% or 15%. So if we increase 279 by, let's go 1.1 times first. That is 306 minus 379 or 327 is 20. That's too much. Yeah, the size difference is Jeeg is small and the Luminous is medium. I can't remember. Have you seen Code Geass Season 1's ending? I have seen all Code Geass. We did. Oh yeah, I guess we did this in the middle of playing Y. I had a whole podcast talking about my thoughts of all of the 2 seasons of Code Geass. If you have the game's ending is that, but times 10 multiplied things are going off at once. Oh, that's incredible then. I meant no difference size accuracy apparently. Oh yeah. And no worries that you can't do math in your head. I'm sorry if this is woefully boring. This is just like what I want to be doing all the time. I have the chance to. I'm gonna take it. This if you got a second screen me or third screen me right now, I will not be offended. A podcast, is it in the VOD somewhere? Oh yeah, no, I mean like we called it a podcast. It is a VOD that's available. I think the title is like Code Geass episode or something. I'll check before we're gone. I'll tell you which episode it is. But like basically all 4 hours is just like me talking through my thoughts on the plots of season 1 and season 2. Because I just rewatched it. I think that's like generally what we'll do whenever I like finish a season. So like we've been like roughly speaking doing the book club for Tekkaman Blade, but once we finish watching that, I'll probably have a like episode of rant while we're playing W about it too. You don't mind the math? Okay, good. I'm glad. I can not do math in my head English, so I cannot follow you well. That's fair. I mean, yeah. Yeah, I mean like it must like yeah, it definitely must be hard for it not to be like in your native language. Oh, I see. Is that disappointing? I apologize if that was not what you were hoping for. But there is a VOD of me talking about Code Geass for 4 hours if that's what you want. Okay, so yes, our size, the size difference is maybe only a 5% increase. Minus 327 is, that puts us at 34. That is still too much of a difference. I think this is where I stopped when trying to figure out the equation. Is the size amounts were like, the difference was so negligible in the actual equation that like it seems like what was happening on the field compared to the math that I was doing. I was like, something isn't right here. It is also possible, my hypothesis right now that I'm seeing is I am applying this to their combined stat total of both the evade plus the mobility. It might be that the size difference is only being applied to the mobility. That could also be what is happening. So we take like 123 and like we can multiply that by like 1.0. We'll just check all 3 of them right now. It's what? It's 129 123 times 1.1 is 135. And it's not gonna be times 15 because that's already too much, I think. We've gone from 123 to 129. That's a 6-point increase. Or we've gone to a 12-point increase. That is too little and too much either direction. I feel like it was one of the first episodes you stumbled upon me, spoke about Code Geass, I think. I think that is probably true. I think that was pretty, yeah. I think the first two people were Control Room Guy, and then Multiverse Django Fat. And then he did not stick around for long because he kept being like, you should use your spirits more. And I was like, don't worry, bud, I got this covered. And then, yeah, and then NR, I think you showed up. Yeah, it needed to be an 8% difference. The base calculation right now is yielding 48. At range 4, we are getting 43. At range 5, it should be 40. So, yeah, it should be an 8% difference, assuming the other calculation we did before was correct. So, a difference of 6 or 12 is not dramatic enough or too dramatic either direction. Are we like standing on a tile? No, all of these are... we gotta check the tiles to make sure there isn't something weird going on here. Seeing as like some of these tiles are just randomly wrong. In the air, okay, yeah. I think you should spirits less in W and abuse repair if you're curious about my deranged opinions. I should use spirits less and use repair more. You do tend to want people to be healed more. That's like the same. That was like the same thing we were doing in Overworld, where you were like, just toss everybody in the battleship and we'll just wait a couple turns to heal them. I do think that is probably true though. I do think I use my spirits a lot. I use my spirits a ton, and I probably could save it for some healing. Yeah, the Forester Water does add evasion. We are not in any case. This is on plains. I have been careful to move Jeeg onto a plains rather than on a forest. I guess what you're saying is we could do this to like see what difference it makes. This is 1, 2, 3. Okay, we are getting hit for 46 while on a forest. This is 1, 2, 3. While off a forest, we're getting hit for 46. Oh, no, sorry. Oh, no. That's why. This isn't a forest. I apologize. We can't actually move on to it. Yeah, that isn't forest. Never mind. It looks like it's forest, but it's not actually forest. Yeah, none of these have different terrains. Like, we could pass the return to have this happen, but... Yeah, hold on. I just like let's make sure something weird isn't happening here. This is 87 and 26. This shouldn't be different. Okay, that's 87 and 26. I just needed to make sure. Let's just... The map design for terrain bonus is so frustrating. No, it super is. It super is with how inconsistent these things are. Okay, let's just do this. Pass through. So we actually, like, have a circumstance where we could... Like, where we could realistically make some different changes. I'm also going to use some spirits to make this as, like, small. Yeah, no, there was no way to reach the forest from our starting position. That's why we're like, let's just, rather than trying to like fuss with a circumstance we can't actually adjust here, let's just like move forward, get ourselves into positions where we can check this. We're also almost at 2 hours already. We did one of the DLC missions. After this, I do think we're gonna switch back to doing the rest of the DLC and see if we can like push forward some more in that. I love that we're happy. I love that we're getting to do math though. Very happy. Okay. This is a forest. Yeah, great. This is 2 spaces away. We are being attacked for 49 when we are 2 spaces away. That still follows the pattern we've been using before. We are now in a forest. This is giving us 5% extra dodge. Yeah, okay. That's what I was wondering. I should have turned on animations. I apologize. That is correct. Okay, so see, we are in... Oh. We are in a forest. This gives 5% dodge. This is not a flat 5% dodge. This is a scaling 5% dodge. This is 44. This is 49. Oh, no, it's not. Never mind. I thought this was 46. I apologize. I thought this was 46. My bad. This is actually just a flat 5% dodge off of it. Never mind. I'm just wrong and bad. Okay, that makes sense then. That is good. That's also what I was expecting. It would be weird if the bonus we were getting off of the forest also scaled by us having a different amount of by being a different size. Like that should, our size scaling shouldn't make that better, you know? What about the other guy? This guy? What about him? I just see how much he is getting off of it. He's at 20 when we are 2 spaces away and he's in a forest. He is at 25 while he is 2 spaces away when he's out of a forest. Yeah, so that math still checks out. This is also a 5% bonus. So it is a plus flat bonus on top of everything else that's happening. He has no skills that increase it. He has no abilities at all. He is also medium. He is also medium. Yeah. Yeah. I'm also, we did not check this. I am also tempted to check. This is not turned on yet. Yeah, that would be blue. I'm also tempted to check, figure out these equations. Though they have 100% hit on us already. Just to see if, how much being large could influence. If we could figure out the other way, that might be easier, but it doesn't seem like we can, because they're all 100%. Do you wonder why the enemies have SP? Oh, very much so. Yeah, no. This is such a waste of space. I think the conclusion we came to was, yeah, it's just flavor. It's characterizing about them, right? That they're robots. They're really focused. They have a mission, and they're analytical because they're scanning us, right? But yeah, this is a waste. This is a waste. Hold on. I couldn't get the yellow units right, but this for sure is a waste. We still don't have HP or energy regen tiles. These never show up in the game at all, and they're still on the HUD. Why are those there? Yeah, no, there's a lot of stuff that's just why any of this? Well, okay, here, I put it to you also. Super Robot Wars has a long history of giving units that have flying terrain parameters and other terrains. They will never change what terrain they are on. Enemies never change what terrain they are on. Why give them other terrain parameters? That will never matter. Yeah, right? It'd be really heckin' cool if they showed you what their funds were worth. We used to do that, but not anymore. Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's definitely times where it would have mattered. There's holdovers from where these things showed up, but just it doesn't matter here. Yeah, no, the only way to see funds from enemy kills in this is once you have killed them, and I think this is the first game to do that, and I would like that change to be reverted immediately. Austin Cranky. Okay, this is 59. I was using a different weapon now. Okay, hold on. I was using a beam launcher. This is the Mega Cannon. 49. 46. 43. Okay, yeah, it's still scaling. That's still doing the numbers we expected it to do. This went up 10 hit going between here, and that is increasing it by 10 accuracy. Okay, good. So that's not scaling either. I didn't think it should have. It would not make sense for it to. Yeah, I will try and tinker around and see if I can figure out what, like, why that number is different. I guess admittedly I did not try this with evasion. 156 times 1.05 is increasing it by, well, that's weird. If I multiply my size by my evasion stat, we get 163.8. If we round that up, that is an 8-point difference. That exactly accounts for it. Yeah, for the size difference, yeah. Our size is small right now. That is exactly 8%. Or that's exactly 8 points difference. So maybe it only applies to evade. What I'm wondering, though, is given that things are sort of reduced in this game, maybe what is happening is the size difference is actually just a flat number increase rather than a percentage increase. So maybe every time we go from small to medium, you get an 8% increase. You recall having read that the 30 formulas were data mined, maybe they are the same. That would not be a bad idea. I might start there also as a point of looking, but I will die on this high horse that everyone told me it was 100% confirmed. People checked that size didn't matter in W, and it heckin' does. It heckin' does. I confirmed. I proved it. I proved it with Mike Saunders that we got more dodge than we should have changing from medium to small if the size didn't matter. So I think that's probably a fair place to start, but I trust nothing if I didn't do that math by my own hand, because everyone's told me what numbers worked and they've never been true. Yeah, in W, the thing I heard before playing W was that the size formula was bugged. That, like, your size did not factor into your dodge at all, and that's not the case. Go into W, go play as Mike Saunders, or go watch go watch my, like, I think I titled, like, Crash Out or something. Where, like, Mike can switch between medium and small, between his two forms, and he switches 5 points of mobility. So he should be changing 5 points of dodge, but he changes 12 points of dodge when he changes those. So, like, clearly that's why. Yeah, if like go on to Akarasu. I mean, like, I'll open it up right now. I'll just read it. I never said, oh no. I know that you know that I'll crash out about it. I know that you don't want me to trust it. We've talked about equations before. I need to say it to, like, the greater YouTube audience that has, like, here's someone handing me an equation and, like, why don't I trust that? You wouldn't be here if you didn't know that this is how I was as a person. Is it under info dumps? Or is it under bugs? On the Akarasu webpage, under bugs, size difference affects damage as intended, but are not figured into accuracy and evasion calculations. Mike does not change his evasion stats, he just changes his mobility by 5 points. Every other time you change your mobility by 5 points, you change your, like, final damage calculations, or your final hit by 5, and in that game, you change it by 12. Now you want me to see you play J, since it also has been reported also as a size bug. Well, J seems like it's, like, is that not the next one after W? Or is that the one before W? Don't you worry, you'll get your wish. They'll be on the channel, all of them will be on the channel at some point. We'll get to all of them. Okay, but I think as much fun as I am having, I do also want to see the end of this DLC at some point. I think we've proved our point about, like, how rotten these characters are to start. So let's go back and clean up this. Let's go back and clean up this DLC. J's before W. Oh, okay. I knew it was close. But yeah, no, I'll try and see if I can come back to that if we can, like, get some good answers, or if just while we are doing this, we end up, like, if we end up in a position where we do have someone small attacking someone large, we might just, like, soft check it quick and see if it's just, like, an 8-point difference also. Yeah, no, that's atrocious. Yeah. You hope I like the UND units from T? What are the UND units? I did play through most of T. Oh, hopefully this is where we get the other form of Dagarn. I imagine so, based on what we've seen, like how this has worked so far. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, we're probably going to use most of the rest of them. Like, how is this the only new enemy we've got? No, sorry. There was one new boss from Dagarn, but were those blurred? UND was the alien OG faction and T the evil megacore. Oh, okay, yeah. I remember. I think I remember liking their design. Maybe I'm thinking of the ones from X. I don't remember. I mean, we'll play to you on stream at some point too. Well, yeah. Good night. Thank you for being around. I appreciate you sticking. I appreciate you being here. I hope you enjoy your evening. I'm glad you agree that Dagarn also only has one enemy. You know what? Hold on. Let's just. This is what happens when you like get me on a roll with something like this. Well, we may as well check this right now. We can, right? I think we can. X did have the funny robots that they did try to call golems. Yes, that is true. Do we have any small? There's like so few small units. Are they even gonna have hit? Ooh, they do. Hold on. We can check it. We can check this. We'll check this once. We won't go too deep on this. We will check this once and then. Oh, you know what? Hold on. This is probably not worth the squeeze because I don't know if there's any STG. Actually, you know what? Tricky, if you are still here and still want to do some math with me. I mean, Gundam, you're welcome to also. Just, you weren't doing the math before, so I'm not going to opt you into it. Are there any STG memory nodes that increase final hit rate? If they increase stats, that's fine. But if they increase final hit rate, we got to know that if we're going to try and calculate right now. That doesn't matter. Okay, we're getting 14% extra final dodge on this than we should have. Okay. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we are also. Oh, well, never mind. We're gonna do with show then. 1, 2, 3, 4. We've got to be 4. Oh, we got to be 3 away. Oh, because they don't have the range for it. Sure. Okay, we are getting hit 471. You have 262 plus 245, so that's 507 hit. There is 10% final dodge. Okay, perfect. Thank you. I figured there was gonna be. We need to check your evasion. This is 185 plus 221, so that's 407. Okay, that equals 100. You're no mathematician. I just trust my gut and hope for the best. That's fair. I mean, like, yeah, you also just like don't have to. I'm also not a mathematician. My college friends remind me regularly that I opted not to have a math degree, but yet we're here. Okay, so that's the -10 from the final dodge. This is not on yet. This also doesn't matter for dodging. We have also another extra free -16 right here. This doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. Yeah, none of those should matter. Our ace is +3 morale, then 10 damage, then morale increase. That doesn't matter. +1 movement, +20 sight if the pilot has at least aura power level 7. No, those are flat bonuses. Those would be calculated now. We don't have an S in the air. This beam is +30 accuracy. +30. No instinct. No, I do not have any mathematical instincts. Thank you. But no, no instinct. What does instinct normally do? Hold on. Can we look? Can we just look that up? Yeah. No, he does not have instinct on him. I guess he does have enough morale to trigger it, though. We'll go through it slower one more time, though. Battler, aura power, break morale, ignore, save, proud, pre-support gain, support defense, dash, infighting, support attack, second attack. No instinct. I do remember at the end of V, I got comfortable and accidentally led Kira to his death on the final stage. I wasn't even trying to get him killed, despite my dislike of him. I only had him deployed because useful. Yeah, no, complacency kills. That's why I am this way that I am about math. Okay, so... And then, oh yeah, we are also getting another +6 to hit, because we are 2 steps closer than we could be otherwise. So, as far as this calc is saying, he should have a 110 hit rate on us, and very much does not. So, it's clearly not 8, and that also makes sense with how much larger our stats are here. That it is a scaling amount, but I have the default equation of 507 minus 407, that's 185 plus oh, okay, sorry, it should be 6. So it's 101. So we're getting 111 left. Everyone else lived. Kira was the only casualty. I feel like that's how the last stage goes, is that one person dies sacrificially, and then you're like, oh no, this is serious now. Okay, let's focus up. Yeah, okay, this is 406. Then this is 262 plus 245 is 507. That is 101 points of normal. Then there's 10 off for final dodge, going down to 91. There is 16 off for for battler, or sorry, for aura power. What did I say? 91, 81, 75. Then there's +30 hit from the weapon that they are using. From beam, that's +30 hit. So that's going back up to 105. And then another +6 hit, because we are 2 steps closer than the default 5 range, is 111. So we are 40 points off. We are 40 points off from the correct dodge value. Yeah. I guess I didn't check to see if they have bonuses at all. That +20 sight is surely already on that 262. Okay. Also, we're going to reload to not have the Dunbind setting out there. And the Billbind is only small, and the wolf betas are only medium, so it's also only a one size step difference. This thing has an A in the air. The weapon has an A in the air, but the wolf beta itself has a B in the air. That shouldn't matter, but maybe it does. But also, again, why does it have an A in the air? This unit is never going to go in the air. It's dumb. This is still lethal. Let's just do this and get over with. I don't know where this deck looks. Let's make sure this is different. Not make sure it's different. Let's make sure we've seen it before. Great. I will do my best to remember to make Seiji large after this. Here's a wall. What? I don't remember what parts we put on him, whether he's gonna get his energy back or not. This is fine. The Dagarn blade. Oh yeah, right. And then we were gonna go shopping after this to see what ammo we can get the Jeeg up to too. I forgot that after I was just so excited about math. There's like, these are just generics. This is just one unit. There's so many of them. Oh, no, okay. I thought from the base game they showed us that the yellow and blue colors were final, but I guess that is not true. Okay, no. He does not have energy regen by default. Seeing as we're also just like not playing fair, that was also just like a bad attack. We like clearly aren't caring about like playing this fairly. I probably should just like heavily invest into these to just like get it over with, you know? Because like this map is not. This map ain't it. No, we are gonna counter with the earth cannons. Yeah, that's fine. I guess take this now to make sure we don't waste this. I mean, I guess we said we know he has bravery, but I just gotta, you know, just gotta check. Not that having him leveled up here is necessarily going to matter, seeing as like I'm going to use the other save file for getting everyone to. Oh, I forgot about that. To their like max stats. I forgot that I can't pass off spirits during this part. Well, I guess have this. I was just gonna resupply him. I was like, oh, it'll be fine, but I'm not allowed to do that. Can we Earth Cannon? Earth Cannon is not enough. We can Dagarden Blade, and we can Smash. Which we should have spent beforehand. I know I wasted stuff. I just like... the difference it makes to me right now matters so little. Yeah, but like he's so close to one-shotting everything. Or not one-shotting, this would be two-shotting, but you know. Great. Gameplay. Gameplay. Okay. We're gonna do this quick before I waste any more of these. We've used Seiji once, twice, thrice. So many lineups. My brain's like going Algae Mark II Buster Cannon. Oh yeah, no. For sure there are way better things to be doing. I don't know why I've like committed to using only the like DLC units for this. Like it's not like it's making it any more interesting. That's why we should just like move on with our lives and like do this in a way that's like actually gonna clear quickly. You are gonna come over here. Oh yeah, we need to switch these off also. Move these all to like ultra repair kits if we have them. Fice. Force. 4 times. 5 times. 6 times. 7 times. 8 times. And we're done. Okay. Let's get things done with. We do put someone that's we probably should put like a press back on to like get Kira involved in a way that's like actually gonna end the game, you know. Okay. Can Sho kill anything? I guess he can. I guess we like money is really redundant. We just XP that we need. Do you not have enough morale yet for like full power, I guess? Okay. You come back here. That's like, oh, there we go, okay. Oh look, it's the same boss again. It's the same boss again. Is he the like final boss for Dagarn? Oh. Well, we got pulled over here. That's fine. Get analyzed. I guess this actually doesn't matter because we're just doing this to break the support defense. Yeah. How many do you have? You've got 2. That's fine. Yeah. Have an intuition. Have a smash. Smashing. Great. Okay. You get intimidated. Yeah, like I think this is just like the reason why I'm so burnt out of it. Is like this is literally the same every time. Howdy Llama Pajama 9571. I don't remember your name before. Welcome. Are you new to stream? But yeah, no, it's literally the same. It's the same enemy other than the boss for the entire thing. Like we got one enemy. They didn't even bother reusing. They didn't even bother reusing the other like generics that we've seen the rest of the game. Okay, fine. Here, have some more stats. Like there's fine. You're not at max morale, I guess. Soul, love. This is like such a sloppy way of doing this, but I don't care. Here's some extra damage. You look for Super Wars live stream and you're the top result. Sick. Well, that's exciting. Hi, welcome. My name's Austin. Welcome to the Super Wars Archives. I don't think there's enough math done about these games, and I would like to solve that. My goal is on this channel to play through literally every game, and I'm trying to make documentation about them. I know Akarasu exists. It is a fine resource, but I think they are not up. We were just talking about all the math equations and how often, like the formulas, and how often they just like don't have the numbers correct. And I would like to fix that. If you have any interest in Neo, Neo and R are the ones I have data finished for. You can find those in my Patreon. There's nothing paywalled. I will never paywall anything. I think that's stupid. I have some documentation about why. I sort of stopped because we saw stuff was changing because of the DLC. I'm like almost finished with Complete Box 2 right now. Buy it. If you ever have any questions that involve the mechanics of these games, you are in the right place. I do want to see what this thing looks like. We've never actually seen it attack before. Normally on Sundays and Thursdays, I'm playing through W right now. We took a pause to play the DLC. On Mondays, we play SD Gundam G Generations Overworld. We'll probably keep that as a Gundam day. On Fridays right now, we're playing Fantasy Maiden Wars. If you have any interest in Toho, there is a Super Robot Wars, a compilation of Super Robot Wars games that is just like very competent. It is like all of the best parts of a Super Robot Wars game put to Toho. And then on Wednesdays and every other Friday when we're not playing Toho, I have a pre-recorded video of Alpha going up. So there's a lot here if you'd like to watch it. There's tons of VODs too. I played R on the channel. We had a whole playthrough of Y. And now we're doing all those. Also, at the end of episodes, it probably won't be this one because I want to get through the DLC, but we also do like art analysis of every unit. We're definitely gonna like try to get through every unit that doesn't get talked about a lot, which is to say not Gundam units. And every week we have a book club. If you'd like to join us. We don't talk about, I'll talk about them on stream sometimes, but right now we're watching Tekkaman Blade because it's in W. We try to watch about 6 episodes a week. Right now we're doing episodes 30 to 36. Oh yeah, actually, I got to post my notes for those tonight. But you can see my notes for those too, if you ever want to engage with that, by all means. But yeah, like, I'm just around it, like, want to talk about these games all the time. If I've ever played something on stream, it's absolutely fair game. Like, Tricky's here right now. He asked for some help with, like, speed running a map, so I made a video about that. Like, genuinely, we're here for anything. These games don't get enough rep. You're playing W New Game Plus right now, sick. Yeah, so once we're finished with W, I think the plan is to go to the OGs. I think I'm gonna play like the PS2 OGs game on stream, and I'm gonna play OG1 and OG2 on my own and then make comparisons. Yes, Tricky. That is one of the reasons why I pushed the file forward to like try and get us access to the ability of like trying to like max cap damage. I would like to do that at some point, which might end up being what we do if we don't finish it. Like, that might be how we conclude the last episode of the DLC 2, is like me getting there. But like right now, I still don't have enough of the Steel Spirits. And I also don't have the assist that lets you give someone Zeal, so like I can't keep re-upping. Ciela and Lelouch to like cap their skills at 10 yet. So like I need to go back through and play those again. I do think you told me who did the highest damage when we tried that the last time we were at the DLC, but I don't remember who it was. So you can tell me again. I would like to know. Oh, we get to have both. That's interesting. I'm curious how that will work. Oh, yes, it was Gold 4. I do remember that. Now that you say that, I do remember that. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. So let's just see how far we can push Jeeg's. Let's see how far we can push Jeeg's ammo. Yeah, with rapid formation. Yeah. I do remember this now because that was how we started talking about the whole of that squad and like their actual like usability to it. I was doing this because we wanted Operation Time Up. Yeah, I'm curious how the two Dagarns work. I'm assuming that it's probably going to be one switches into the other, like during the mission. Okay, we now have 3 ammo for this. That's what I was assuming. Train pilots. You need this is ammo. BX gives you, we're now at 6, so it is double. Yeah. You ever heard of the debate of +1 move and +1 range? I mean, like, I am familiar with that concept from other tactics games. Is there a particular one here? It is an interesting problem with these games where, like, I think Super Robot Wars probably probably takes it for having the largest range out of most tactics games. Like, most tactics games tend to keep it pretty closer to people. I do think it is a little bit more conditional. I think it's a little bit more conditional than seems apparent. Generally speaking, the stat that I would argue is roughly, if you want one that's generally better, movement is generally always better. You are going to find more ways that movement is going to matter more, because, like, these games do not just have kill objectives. I do think it's not as straightforward because there are way fewer non-kill based objectives. And if you know a map really well and you know positioning perfectly, like I do with R, I value increasing the range of post-movement attacks in R probably more now than I value increasing their movement, because I know what tile to go to put certain characters in place to make sure that I can land kills at specific ranges. The occasional get to this place missions, yeah. I just want Super Robot Wars in general to have more non-kill things objectives. Like, I love in Fire Emblem there's like villages to go and visit and like locations you have to go and find stuff. I love that from Complete Box, where you could just like walk to a building that was signposted during the cutscene, and then Amuro gets the like the like air parts, and he can like put the G fighter butt on, and he can like fly around. And like, I miss that kind of stuff. You think range is better for countering, move is better on the second turn? Sure. Okay. Yeah. I think also, because maps generally tend not to be that big, I think we also need to divide this into a different category of units that have Excel and units that don't have Excel are just different conversations. Because units that have Excel either ultra one extra point of movement because it's changing how far they're getting somewhere. Like, yeah, it matters how many turns it takes for you to get to the objective you want to get to. Units with Excel tend to already get to the objective they wanted to get to anyway, with or without 1 extra point of movement, because Excel is so busted giving you 3. But units without Excel are like hungry for more movement, so then it is way more valuable for them to have on it, where typically units that have Excel are going to be in a weird position comparatively to the rest of your squad and the enemy squad. So I tend to also put more range on them to also like not just have their whole turn be spent on getting them to movement that will matter for 1 turn away. Like, let them still be able to make an attack the turn that they just moved into position, you know? But all of that to say, in general, I do think it is movement. Was that a satisfactory answer? We can. I will gladly debate about it more if you have like specific conditions you were thinking of in mind. Also, the irony of the space missions being at least 3-dimensional. Yeah, yeah. Now there's like typically there's no terrain, or the terrain not being being the least 3-dimensional. Yeah, like if there is terrain, it is usually the most generic form of terrain, or like it scales from like 5, 10, 15%, and like that's it. And like there's so seldom any of it. It's like almost exclusively just flat. Yeah. I do like space missions when you go on the moon though. Like when you have, like Llama Llama, do you know this? That if you are in a thing that's like in space, so like if you're on a mission on the moon, when you go into the air, that counts as space terrain generally. And then landing counts as ground terrain. Like, that is kind of three-dimensional. Like, that's kind of cool. Yeah, you do want a comfortable range. Yeah, like if you are passing your turn and you aren't counterattacking and you are one off of counterattacking, like that is a waste. Like that does need modulating. But again, that's like very conditional where like R assumes default. We were just talking about like default range being 5. R assumes that to be true and most units have a 5 range. But like what were we planning? Oh yeah, I mean like here, most post movement attacks in this game are 3 to 4. 5 is not assumed. For Combattler V5 5 range, I would probably add +1 range to 6, and it has Excel already to reach 9 move. Do you mean Combattler in this game? You mean in Y? I've also been like sitting here. I like cannot find the ammo part for the life of me. Is the ammo part just not rare? I do wish there was a way to like sort by like type of part. You could just be like ammo part or energy part. Range. Microplanet energy. Equips a barrier field that reduces all damage by 1,000. Barrier activate. Sure. Oh, that's 10% final damage dealt. Microplanet energy is not bad. It's obviously not as good as the spirit, the souls, the SR spirit or whatever. That's 20%, but it means it lives up to it. Yeah. 5 range for counter. Yeah. It doesn't have 6 range. Adding the +1 range would push it to 6, which would be good. And why it doesn't have a 5 range move by default. Yeah. What is the name of the thing that doubles? Okay, hold on. We're just going to go to the shop quick. This is too much time. I know this like restores ammo, but is there not something that just doubles your ammo? Like I feel like that's like a standard for these games. A lot of grunt enemies have 6 range, so that's usually a good benchmark. Yeah, right. Like the enemies have non-post movement, have like weight 6 range attacks, but because of how they are positioned, you do tend to need to scale around that. That is also true. Refill energy cost by 20. No. Am I like losing my mind? Hold on. We're just gonna look this up quick. I know I could like theoretically just estimate it, but I want to know what the actual part is. I don't want to just like go, oh, it's probably 2 times we can get up to 24 or whatever. I want to know what the actual number is. And also to make sure that doesn't like scale stupidly, right? That like it like for whatever reason it doesn't check something. Will we restore ammo? Is there not an ammo doubling part? They don't have the restore all ammo listed on Akarasu, it doesn't look like. Hyper reloader. Hold on, find hyper here. I guess I should just be doing this on screen so we can all see this at the same time. Like, hyper reloader is not listed here. Are there even good parts that boost ammo? That's why, like, I don't know. I'm, like, assuming, but, like, I'm taking for granted that from, like, a lot of the handhelds, there's the, like, 1.5 times ammo and then 2 times ammo. But cartridge just restores your ammo. It doesn't add to your ammo, right? Like, that just refills it. There's a part in W that adds maximum ammo, because I remember using them. Yeah, exactly. Like, all of the handheld ones they start by having a 1.5 times. It's like extra magazine and then mega magazine, I think is what they're called. It's 1.5 times and then 2 times ammo. I for sure have used those on the heavy arms when I tried to use that. But like, they also don't have either of the 2 hypers, the ones that restore ammo and energy. So like, we're not gonna necessarily find it on here. Okay, well, that's a bummer. I feel like we've made our point though. So Jeeg can go up to 6. If we have the doubler, it can go up to 12. Oh yeah, heavy arms. I'm a goober. Wing only use energy. No, it's okay. That's okay. I mean, I'm playing W right now, and I forgot. I could foresee it potentially using it. Don't you worry. Those are exactly the kind of mistakes that I make also. I do not care if misinformation is like that happens that way, as long as someone's like, oh no, whoops, that was wrong, right? Like it's totally fine. Don't you worry. I'm gonna say plenty of stupid stuff. You're never gonna look the fool on this channel. That's my job. The fact that the Dagarn, like Great Dagarn GX shares the parts with the Dagarn X tells me that this is a form we're going to switch into, for sure. Legend Combination at 130 morale enables the Legend Combination command. Use this command allows for the transition into the Great Dagarn GX. Yeah, okay, perfect. Yeah, you'll hear me say this regularly. I'm just an idiot who bought a microphone. You don't have to listen to me. Nothing changed about this Dagarn. Okay, when we upgrade, we get 100 extra armor, we get 5 extra mobility, we do not get extra sight. Do you get refresh ammo energy? This legend combination reads like how 3 is 1 reads. And when you do 3 is 1, you for sure get that refreshed. You for sure get that healed. We used that a lot. 3 is 1 also used to heal your SP. It no longer does that. I don't know if it was supposed to, but it for sure doesn't, and it for sure did. So we're gonna enter with the hypothesis that it does. We'll try it though. We will try it though for sure. We also don't change any of our terrain setting. We gain 1,000 more HP. Okay, hold on. We have 1,000 more HP and 20 extra energy. I just pointed to my screen like you can see it. I think because we are changing those values, we're changing our bars. That feels like the sort of thing they would want to have restored so they don't have to try and calc that. Yeah, and then, I know I've been slow rolling at 4S. Our new weapons. We have a map attack. We have one of these little, like, like a small mat. This does hit allies. It costs 80 and is a 130 morale requirement. Okay. Great Ballista is +5 accuracy. These crit rates are pretty pathetic when we already are getting plus crit from STG memory. What else? Oh no, are we losing internet? No, I thought this was supposed to be fixed. No, okay, it was just temporary. It's probably because of the winds that make my house right now feel like -35 degrees. That's not a joke. I'm not hyperbolizing. It actually felt like -35 because of wind chill here yesterday. There's a reason my pipes froze. We good? We're back? Okay, great. That's Fahrenheit and not Celsius, depending on where you are located. That would be criminal if it was Celsius. I just gotta make sure. 1 to 5 post movement, 20 energy is not the worst. Dagarn Blade, we had this. This is the same as before. We did get one extra range on the GX Buster. This is for sure cheaper than the Voltace or the Combattler attacks. Right? It's 10 energy less, but it doesn't have good properties to it. Who is piping the frost demons into your air conditioning? I know. I am. I keep my house flipping cold. If I had it my way, my house is warm right now trying to unthaw my pipes. If I had it my way, my house would be set to 58 degrees. Right now, I never turn my heat on. Yeah, unfortunately, our ace is also the same. I assumed it was going to be. Okay. Yeah, I mean, like, this is sufficient. this functions very similarly to how, if I remember correctly, this is how I imagined the Bregger working, because it is for sure a long range. Yeah. It's just that the Bregger actually has a lot more damage. I mean, we also maxed the stats on the Bregger, so that's probably why. But yeah, it feels like they're lacking a little bit. I still think that the best thing that they're doing is having a decently cheap wall, and having Brave level 9 is not nothing. Like, that's pretty competent. I know we spent like a half hour talking about Brave, but does it have Pierce? No, it does not. Okay. I guess that's what Seiji is for. Oh no, he doesn't have Pierce. Never mind. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's not even that strong if I maxed upgraded him. Here, let's see. Is that other 40 cost with half cost? The 40 cost on what? But yeah, no. If this gets maxed at the same rate, it is 83. It's 8,300 power. Was it the Braggers? Was this the 40? Yeah, from the Bragger. Yes, that's with half cost on. I did just put. I was trying to test how fast you could grind stuff by setting the game to auto. It's atrocious. Just never set it to auto. So I just bought everything on Kid to try and make it as fast as possible, just to see what happened. Yeah, it's normally 80. It's normally 80. Yeah, it's 90. It's 90/50. It is 90/50. So 700. It is 750 power more and 10 energy less. And this is using ranged 259. Also level 66. Also level 66. Oh, well, okay. Take 200 off of this. This is his range is 257. Yeah, it's much weaker and costs 10 energy extra. Yeah. Dinosaur stole the Bragger's entire transformation budget. I mean, this whole game had its transformation budget stolen. I loathe that this game does not let you transform things or move, do anything. If you never have to watch any of my content, I'm never going to ask you to. If you want to, though, I highly recommend watching my alpha. People have had a lot of fun with it, it seems. I heckin' love units that I can separate. I always separate out my units and use them to such potential. We're doing it in W. I mean, you're replaying W right now. If you don't separate your units a lot, absolutely please use the Gaogagar Ryu brothers and separate them out and take a free turn with one of them before you recombine them. It's so efficient. It's so fun. And you just can't do that in this game at all. Yeah, right. He has a couple of extra stat points, but again, that is the conditional because of Seiju being in the assist crew. I think they really want the Brave to matter, and it really doesn't. Yeah, you have to do with the Ryu brothers. Yeah, no, it's very fun. It's very good. Alpha's just really good for that because every heckin' unit decombines. When you can split apart the Voltes, the Combattler, or the Dankugar, those things are a house. The fact that everyone on the Dankugar team has Aggressive Beast, you can fire 6 range attacks in a game that assumes 3 and 4 range are default, of 2,000 power, increased by way too much scaling. I've one-shot elite enemies with the Dankugar pieces before we come back together and one-shot a boss. Yeah, no, this is really disappointing for the Brave. I've been champing at the bit to get more Braves in this series, and this is the first time we get a new Brave after we only had Might Gain. No. We had Might Gain, Jay Decker, and Gaogagar before. I think those were the only 3 in mainline ones. I don't count the mobile games as a real game. Um, this is like a really, I think this is a pretty disappointing showing. Yeah. I think, and like the extra armor and him having wall feels like that does not line up with having these really long ranged attacks. Like, if we're going to be the like really tanky, like sit and take stuff, give me a couple more close range attacks. Like, don't make this map attack focused. Give me like a square around me then instead. Yeah, that actually sounds sick. Super Sentai combo finisher attack sequence. Yeah, no, it feels heckin' incredible. Yeah, no, this was a disappointing finish for the Dagaran. I think Jig might now be second. I still think far and away the Getter Noir takes the cake though. I don't know how many of these we've completed. I can't imagine there's that many more of them. Seeing as we've gotten our final upgrades, I could foresee it, like, well, this will be the one for the Getter. I could foresee us having like one more combined, one more each, and then one last one combined. This one will at least go faster now that we're not trying to like pretend to like softball things, you know. Oh, but we still don't have hold on. We still don't have access to assist yet. Okay, that should solve that. You love Gagagar, but let him rest. I don't think Gagagar Final has been games. I could not tell you. I've not watched Gagagar yet, so I don't know for sure. But yeah, no, like I don't need more of him. Like, give me different stuff. Don't give me more of the same. This is also my bad for not. I don't think we put attacker on Ryoma yet. We should do that to make this actually like be finished. Hold on. Can we? When did we last save? Did we save after that mission? I don't think we did. No, I don't think we did. Okay. We should have Fiber in a mainline game. Give me the Pigeon Man. I know. I defend to the death to any of my friends who is willing to listen. Like, why that meme is actually just like really sweet. No, I want that man back so badly. Or not back. I just like want him in the game so badly. Sure. I keep not turning the attack animations off. Okay. You do not have your zeal yet. That's fine. I think they need one more normally, yeah. Bullseye. Oh, I guess we could have been analyzing them this whole time. Well, that's a shame. I guess that Valor was not necessary. We're just trying to go fast. I'm just trying to get us out of here. Okay. Nope, not what I wanted. Analyze. Tomahawks. That's such a shame. That's such a shame. Gagagar Final is the OVA that came after, but it's a really good way to finish up Gagagar when you finish the main show. Oh yeah, no. I am familiar with what it is. I just haven't watched it yet. I don't remember if it's in the games or not. But yeah, no, it would. I think it is possible that might be on our list for book club too. Once we finish Tekken Man Blade, we're definitely gonna do Organ to like go with the way it's integrated into the plot in W. But then Gagagar might be after that. We could also Pierce to solve this. Here, the Pierce is coming in handy, I think. No. Oh, right, because we already said the Barrier Buster is. Yeah, never mind. Well, I guess we just gotta hope to crit. Yeah, like I think we're trying to save turns um when we're just like losing time instead. How far are we in Blade? We are we always reset it at Sundays. So like this Sunday will be the first day that we're doing things. We are watching episodes 30 to 36. Have you watched Blade before? If you'd like to join us, surprisingly, I don't think it's that late to catch up. If you are interested, I can, after stream, get a short list together of what I think you probably need to watch to catch up. That show is so much filler. Well, when that happens, I'm getting my anti-epilepsy stuff. Yeah, no, for sure. I love this show, but God, the show should have gone to trouble over. Yeah, it is like it's almost as bad as Pokemon. They're visually very unkind. Yeah, no. For sure, we're gonna have a lot of warnings around that one. I will usually like. It's not a joke that someone has photosensitivity. But I will usually make a joke about it being unkind for like visual stimulus. That would be neat. Is that you saying that you want me to put together a list of like watch these to catch up? Because I will for sure make that happen. Oh, whoops. That's whatever. That's like probably close to good enough. We'll just there. Tegaman Blade, Friar of Retinas and Destroyer of Microphones. Yeah. Exactly correct. I see you know. Yeah, the list. Okay, great, perfect. Yeah. Stream wraps up in a little under an hour from now. So expect that at some point approaching an hour after that. I'll have it posted in the post section of YouTube. And I guess I will also sorry, I forgot to pay attention. This is fine. We can fix this with Noir. We're not going back to intermission though. There was like literally no reason I couldn't save that. I was just erroring through while I was trying to read chat. Yeah, I'll post that with my notes for the episode. I remember someone on Reddit was like, "Hey, I have epilepsy. Is there a point where they tone it down?" And I was like, "It can't be that bad." After watching it, I was like, "That poor guy." Yeah, no, it's like horrid. It never gets better. You know what? It's probably just turn-based. Hold on, let's just be skip this over with. Always once during a DLC mission when I'm just like, let's just move it along and I get complacent and then like stop looking at what we're doing and then we die to something very stupid. I wonder what else the Noir can get. Yeah, so it's also not just by enemies. Is that fun? Man, people really seem to. I feel like I saw a lot of people on Reddit being like super jazzed about this game. I think a lot of people had it listed as like top 1 or top 2 for them for like international of the international cycle. Like heinous. See, no. This was tactical. We actually did this on purpose because I wanted to make sure we got the Dagarn out because we didn't do that before. Oh, but because we. Oh no. Okay, no. We have Legends combined here. Yeah. Super Robot Wars Y, the top 9 list. Yeah. Behold, 10 billion squid. Yeah, no, I could not imagine it. I could not fathom. That said, I do accept that like it might be someone's first time interacting with the series, and if that is the case, then more power to them. I'm happy that they could enjoy something. What's wrong with why though? I think it is. I think it is very samey. I think it loses a lot of the complexity that a lot of the older games had with like unit difference. There's too much imbalance with the shop. I think it's fun to play around with it. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, there's so many maps are just this. I don't mind this style of map, but we could have probably cut out half of them and we would have been fine. Like, we didn't need as many maps as we have of them. Because there are a lot of like really, really big, dramatic, chunky choices, it does make a lot of the rest of the choices feel like they kind of don't matter then. I think it is like a very, it feels more like a fun playground simulator, but I also just generally don't like when the game doesn't have some more railroading to it. I don't think we have to have just one mission after one mission after one mission. I like when we divide out missions a little bit. Like, I think we talked before. I think it was you and I that talked about this before, Tricky. That, like, it's the compact series that I think does it really well, where it's like, pick 4 missions. You're going to do all of them. You pick them in order that you think you can accomplish them in, so, like, you can prioritize something that way. And in so doing, you're also going to change what your rewards are. Like, I miss that. Like, that's really cool. Yeah, no, the early game of this, I was so pumped. The early game of this was like exactly what I was looking for. I was so happy. I got to start a channel at the same time when a new game was coming out. And then as soon as we hit the tipping point, I was like, oh, okay, no, I see what this game is. Never mind. Story-wise, you love it, but I understand people not liking gameplay-wise. I will say, I don't know how the devs gave us custom BGMs again, but you can't change the volume of each track. Yeah, like there's like so many design things that also just like happen really weirdly here. At after 30, I saw they removed EXE, so I probably won't be one turnable. Nope, just yell spam. Yeah. Like it is just broken in a very different but basically the same way. I seen the Knock-Rossi chart that I feel like that really would mitigate the mental and gameplay problems with route splits. Yeah, no. I think this series, I think tactics games in general are better when you can't just sit around and farm the bejesus out of them. Oh, looks like we have a new attack. We have another attack. Cool. Well, we'll look at that in a second. Yeah, I think if you ask me to make one correction to make this game more balanced, it's remove the shop entirely. I think it could be rebalanced to be helpful, but in this case, I don't think it's worth the squeeze. If you ask me to remove 2 things to fix the game, it's remove the shop, then remove Unity. 100%. All right, let's look at what Zwart looks like. Yeah, like, yeah, being able to go infinite with stuff is just, like, always, like, yeah, it's just deeply imbalanced. And I don't think shops inherently have to be done. I think I recall T having this a little bit. I know some of the Fire Emblem games do this, where if you had a shop between each intermission that had a small pool of items you could purchase, and you could only purchase them then you have to balance between, like, okay, I know I have to spend money this way, but I also want to upgrade my units. Which one do I have to choose? But you're never asked to actually make choices in this. You can always get whatever you want. Yeah, I think maybe that's, like, the best way to sum it up, is when I want to play a game that requires tactics and thinking. Unless I'm trying to play it like how, like, the 2 of us want to, which is eventually to get me to, like, LTC it. I want a game that asks me to make choices, and for those choices to be consequential. But the fact that I'm just allowed to choose everything, and when I choose anything, every unit sort of looks roughly the same as each other, right? Like, we spent a while debating the value of a lot of these units, but ultimately it doesn't matter, because all of them are pushed up enough that they can always do basically most roles, and you can mitigate the cost of the rest of them with the other external systems, that the actual, like, unit performance itself kind of ends up being mush. Where that is much, much, much less the case in earlier games. You can definitely, like, crack them in half for sure, but in, like, very different ways and in a lot more nuanced ways, I think. But, like, at the end of the day, like I said last stream too, it's still a Super Robot Wars game. Like, I'm still always going to love it. It is only good, not great. It is the worst of a good lot. Like, I'm never going to be upset playing a Super Robot Wars game. Yeah, they had much smaller shops. Or do you undo specific things to appear like reach X stats, which seems more railroaded than when you actually reach it. I don't mind those being like really, really specific, but I think the ones that are really specific should not be the core value. Like, don't put a booster that's locked behind that. Don't put like any of the like base armor things that are locked behind that. Put something that is like really, really nuanced that like you need to build around, but will be rewarding people who want to go for that. But like, don't let that preclude people who don't want to go for those really specific achievements from having access to it. You know, you got into it from OG1. Oh yes, yeah. I remember us talking about that. Yeah, because we control room guy and I were like, yeah, don't worry, we'll get to OG at some point and we'll be able to talk about that too. Like in older games, there were stuff like the Dragonars where they had specific statistical roles. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I love the Dragonars, and it felt fun to finally work out how to get the Dragonar Unit 1 to have 0% dodge. Like, it took some calcing and it took some like really specific figuring to like make it work better. I mean, ultimately it was not that hard comparatively, but like here it just like doesn't matter. Like, everything can. Yeah, what to upgrade, when to buy it. Like, there's like no resource management to it at all. The fact that like also everyone just is like roughly moved to the middle, like almost everyone has either 155 or 160 sight and 2 part slots is like also really boring. Yeah, like just you put 30 skills on one mech, put all stats on it. Yeah, and like the fact that actually here I can buy more stats than I can have at level 70. I can just buy more stats than any of their base totals. Like, bases don't matter then. Like, all unanimity is lost then. I do know that 30 was probably worse. I do remember being told that. So like, I don't think Y is as bad as it could be, but Y of all of the Super Robot Wars games I have played, I would like to play Y the least. But it's still a Super Robot Wars game, so like it'll still probably be good. I imagine 30 and Operation Extended or whatever it's called will probably end up being lower than that for me. Okay, we got the Zwart Shine Spark. It does use melee, which is what we want. It is 800 power more. It's 2 to 5. I think 2 to 5 is just better than 1 to 4, basically, strictly speaking, in this case, because they're both post movement. It is 90 energy cost, which is roughly competitive with the Breiger. The only difference being that it actually has properties to it, which is both post movement and barrier buster, where the Breiger one only had ignore size. But yes, yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you too. That like the early game of Y was like, oh boy, we're like barely surviving. I like need to figure in order to make this happen, and that felt so good. That felt so good, and then it all just vanished. Yeah, I think Y could have been great. Yeah, we do still have we do still have the 20% extra from the ace bonus. So yeah, like yeah, it is a printed 800 point difference damage between these two. I could only imagine how easy the game is normally if like we're also talking about this on expert, and this is like what's happening with expert. I keep not doing it. 25% starting SP. Finally, game gets balanced. Oh yeah. No, like they definitely fixed some stuff. Like that's like the game was so close. The game was so close to being right. Decreasing like SP is always the most broken thing by default in the games. Any spirits you can cast, that's fine. Spirits you can cast are like usually the thing that's breaking the game in half. So like finding a way to mitigate that was very good. I just like don't think it was enough because you could also just like jump right past that too easily. Yeah, exactly. The STG memory that lets you skip over that just means it like doesn't matter then. Like all of the solutions that they made just stopped being like solves to that problem. So I'd even add the expert change from 50 to 25% starting SP. That goes, yeah, like what I think the short answer is just like too many teams worked on this, like too many different people had different ideas of what they wanted it to be, and all had their thumbs in the pie. And that just like ended up making it basically like it was trying to fulfill like 4 different people's expectations, and in so doing fulfilled none of them. Okay. Dagarn has I can't spend any more right now just where we put him, but he does have he's got full HP, but he's missing some energy. We did get our energy back. So I'm going the hypothesis is going to be that we do get the restore on converting. It should really be something like plus 10% extra starting SP. Yeah, I also imagined when we were getting those 60 like those percent bumps, I thought those were going to get cut in half by the hard mode bonus, like the hard requirements again, and they just didn't. And that was baffling to me. I never on my life would I was like going to bet that was how it was going to work. Like when it said 60% extra, I figured because of the expert requirements, it was going to be 30% extra for us. But nope, it is just 60. Yeah, like it's so weird. Yeah, I don't get it. Let's start doing these now. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you get the worst of both worlds, which is to say the better of the 2 effects. But like for our purposes, that is worse. Stay at 25% and bump it to 60. Yeah, exactly. But I feel like that's like generally how a lot of game design now has moved, like be it board games or video games. That so much is about just like handing players an experience that is already designed to make them feel powerful. I'm glad that style of thing exists. I think people should get to have that experience for themselves. It is just not the one that I want, and I would like it to stop being handed to me as if it is the only option. I want to earn my feelings of power, not just have them handed to me. It's like one of the reasons why I'm turned off from so many card games is they just like give you immediately a like pre-built, preset expectation of like how to interact with the game that like does not feel like crafted or my own. Look, I know Arc is unfinished, and the Shin manga Andromeda mecha are generally indistinct large scythe bug, but do we really need 10 bajillion squid? I know, yeah, like I don't know for who this is for that it feels more powerful that I've squished 20 mooks or I've squished 30 mooks. Like I don't and like I do mean this sincerely, like I don't mean this begrudgingly for them at all. Like I would like to meet them and I would like to know, I want them to tell me about how that experience feels rewarding for them, because I would like to believe it matters for somebody. That, like, this thing that I'm paying that I could have had made a good time for somebody else. But I also, if I want to engage in a power fantasy, and I don't always want to engage in a power fantasy, call me crazy, but I like, the thing that feels fantastical about that power is not the fact that I hit a lot of stuff. It is the fact that I was able to overcome a challenge. Like, I do not feel like I'm being made to feel powerful because I killed something that was never going to defeat me in the first place. I say having died to them, so I wasn't paying attention. Is that also how you start to get burned out? Exactly. Yeah. Right? Like, when when I'm just sort of like moving somebody forward and just like letting them mash things. That's exactly when I'm like, okay, I could be doing literally anything else right now. Like, why are we here? Is there a boss on this map? Nope. And this is also final enemy conditions too. Yep, nope. It's just these. There never was a boss. That is fair. Like the Godzilla fight is like good and cool, and I'm glad that it's there. For sure. Like I accept that. But it did like. I'm gonna be real. I did not even notice most of the stat downs until we like deliberately went to check, because we were just so statted, like we were so overstatted at that point that I could still just be like punch through it the same way. Like we still never gave it a turn to breathe. So like it still just kind of didn't matter. I just find the annoyance from the fact that it's so many. Yeah. And like I think there are times where a mission of like super endless numbers does make sense. Like but then we also have a mission type that's really good for that we don't use. Like that's exactly what defend missions are for. If you give me a defend mission where there is just waves and waves and waves of bosses, waves and waves and waves of enemies, that's like, hi, figure something else out rather than just smushing them. There's got to be a second objective. Just like give me two different objectives to do at the same time. Maybe that's also like a really big downside that I've like not been able to articulate until now, is too many maps also have only one clear condition. I like, generally speaking, I think maps are like not just proportionally better, but exponentially better by having two ways to clear it. I think that matters a lot. I should give myself a restriction, never buy stats. We never bought stats at that point either. We never bought stats. That was just from like the combination of attacker and like the natural scaling of the stats that we had earned. You bought the Rodan plush with Singularity Point. Yeah, no, I'm very excited to watch Singularity Point. My best friend is he's been getting our like Discord group to watch old Godzilla movies, and I'm gonna try and convince everyone to like cap off the Godzilla movies by watching Singularity Point. So I got challenging Godzilla fight when I'm doing like 20 or 30 hits. Yeah. Yeah, like if Godzilla survives 3 turns, have another grip over condition is exactly the kind of example I'm looking for. Yeah, but like when we played it, he never got multiple turns. Like that never happened. We're gonna do this quick. Sure. I guess that is one thing I will say. Oh, no, never mind. I was gonna say, like, these get benefits, but no, they're not. There's sub-pilots in here, so never mind. Forget it. I was gonna say that it's like, okay, maybe it doesn't matter that they have poor spirits, because they'll just get restored from the second, and that's like maybe more thought than they would have given other pilots. But nope, that's not even true. Never mind. Ignore me. Yeah, no, it would have been time to use Pierce. I was expecting to. I was just sort of like, I still think of Hayato and Musashi not as sub pilots but as main pilots. And like we had just talked about with the other getter, I was expecting to get their SP back. I was expecting to get their SP back from using the second. So like, no, 100%, this is the time where Pierce would matter. I just played assuming that they weren't sub-pilots because never in my life have Hayato and Musashi been sub-pilots. You know? But don't worry. Our boy will handle it. Great. And so is our time in this world. are they going? I know they're like supposed to be like an alternate timeline or whatever. Okay, as promised. Look at him. Okay, that makes sense. Cause I'm like, what is it gonna say? Activate bullseye, persist, and bravery? That's like so redundant. Single form getter strikes again. When else does that happen? Here, take that. Okay, that should be fine now. Actually, no, hold on. Let's also just, if we're gonna be silly, just do that too quick. 30. Okay. Not here. I guess if we're gonna keep using the Dagaran, we are we going to? I'm probably not going to now. The Shin Getter in TN30. Okay. Well, I'm too much of an old fogey, so I don't know what you mean. Sure, let's put Cookie back in here. No, we'll put Jisei in here to like, she's so close to getting the press. Let me save. Unfortunately, I do think this is going to end up being... we're not going to end up getting to finish the DLC today. We're going to have to wait another time, too. He gives break morale limit is like, that's not a bad assist reward. Justice is on my side. Sure, I guess we'll do the first part of this mission then. Is it Daikesen? Is that the name of it? I don't remember that. I would love to see if we get to keep Exus or not. Ekusisu. This feels like we're getting to keep him now. Based on how that map was looking, but maybe not. Justice is on my side. Yep. Are we fighting him? Maybe. Yes. Great. Getter Robot Daikesen was essentially SRW, but just getters for the... Oh, okay, yes, I do know that. I have that downloaded. On my computer. Yeah, I do have that. We should play that at some point. I'll play that on stream at some point. I would love to. Oh, are these the ones? He said, "Kill yourselves, gracious." Are these the ones from T? He sure isn't here though. Maybe he'll be the final boss of it. These are for sure OG mech. I don't remember what they're from though. Yeah, they're for sure originals. Yeah, those are the U and D. Yeah, those are the T ones. Yeah. That's what I thought. Yeah, they're very seraphic. They're very much like a seraphim. Oh, are these technically battleships? Interesting. Yeah, okay. Well, how's this? I guess I did say I wanted other objectives. This is not what I meant, game. Especially in this game where you could already clear things in one turn. All enemies defeated within 5 turns is not an extra, is not like a difficult objective. Like, it needs to be something else other than that. Let's see what we do. I'm wrong. I thought it was their ships. Oh, okay. I do remember fighting their ships at some point, though. I do remember that. Okay. Yeah, but like I don't know. Is this not like the definition of tedium? This is so wildly tedious. The monkey's paw, correct. The mechanical monkey's paw curled. Very timely. I love to make that joke in some of the scripted videos I've done. Yeah, right. They've got this is nothing. And like I don't even mind DLC maps being like this if you're gonna give me two. Like, give me one map where give me one map where they're all together, where we meet them for the first time, omens. Give me one map where we get all of them. Give me one map where they upgrade all of them, and maybe give me a concluding one. You could squeeze that out into 8 rather than double that at 16. Like, or not even, like, have them all upgrade in the same map if this is what we were going to do, but this is bonkers. This is so tedious. Yeah, and it like distresses me how well received this was, because that does mean that people, like, they're probably going to keep making DLC maps like this because people seem to respond to it. Assuming that you can't like see anything weird on my Steam page. Well, we can look at the Steam store after this just to like make sure I'm confirming that in fact it did get good results. Like, I get that the game maybe is going to be like, we'll have some self-restraint there, bucko. But, like, if you put it in the game, like, that's clearly fair game. Like, I don't know what you want me to do. I think a lot of the side missions in Y... Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like, I mean, not even the side missions. A lot of the main missions in Y were like this. Oh, did I forget to see all clips? Okay, well... Well... Hayate, your turn now. Yeah, like, the fact that I feel like a computer could play this more efficiently than I am by just, like just keep queuing that as fast as possible. Like, the user error in here is the real problem. My sister is Primus. You put the mechanic. My sister in Primus. You put the mechanic in the video game. Yeah, exactly. I once tracked how often Nay was fought, who isn't even the most common boss in Y, and how often. It took me a second to like parse the my brother in Christ. I'm not saying this because you need to. I will usually use like by Getter Emperor. I'm doing a new run and keeping track of how often each boss in Y is fought and see which one is the biggest offender of being reused too often. I would love to hear the results of that. Please let me know. I'm so curious. It's 9 in total, which is that's gross. 1 mandatory and 4 optional. Like, yeah, like if it's optional, I don't mind. But 9 is absurd. Like, I hated how often specific bosses are used and why compared to 30. Yeah. Like, there's so much redundancy, especially scrolling from series. I've complained about this before too. I've complained about series just like not getting full reps, and they have so many other there's like so many monsters of the week that they could be using and they just don't for some reason. Primus is the god of the Transformers and almost always the actual planet of Cybertron and the most continuities where it exists. Oh, cool. Okay. I am not up on Transformers lore. I know people, I feel like it's a very common refrain also that people want Transformers to be in this. If I don't need it to be, if it makes people happy, more power to them then, I guess. The win-losers keep deploying in the same bosses almost every single map. That is who I probably was going to guess. If not for the Dunvine bosses, I was going to guess the win-losers. Yeah, no, they are like all like, as much as I'm using Hayate, I did tease this when it was stream open, that I was like, wow, it's really cool they put a robot that you never see in the game. Like, the fact that all of the Macross units are stuck as ships perpetually is such a disservice to them. Imagine how cool it would have been if, like, even just those bosses, each time they deployed, switched between one of their 3 forms. Not even they have to go different times on, like, over across the map. Just like, they just switched, like, each time they deployed, they got 1 of 3 forms, and you had like a formation of like 3 of them at a time to have to try and like figure out and deal with. Like, that would be cool. That would be great. But no, we don't have that. It's a lot, and you have to defeat her with Daba to get her and missed one time because I didn't think killing Save Us would end the map. Yeah, that's why I have to go back and like replay a lot of them to like get all of those so we can actually like have them and talk about them. Because I feel like with how much we talk about this, we probably should. Is that how it's supposed to be? Why aren't they transformed in the map? Or a transform option? Yeah, because these games love removing complexity. Like, I forgot to use press again. Darn it. This is what happens. Well, we'll just do it next time. Yeah, no, they don't have a transform option. It's like baffling. They used to have 3 different forms, and that's just like not how it works anymore. Yeah. You saying that made me actually realize that I've never seen them across in Gare Walker mode while watching people play this. There's a heckin' reason. It transforms into like the humanoid mode during an attack, but that's it. That's all. Every time a unit can transform between a plane or a humanoid mode, it is only done so as a cosmetic to move it across the map. It never matters. I only put Shion in a good mech since his subpilot gets Seal. Does she? I think from across, it should be fine to be ship form since you are still docking your unit inside in battleship. And still docking the units inside in battle. But they do different things. They do different things. Soki Mao was her name, right? Yeah, Soki. Yeah, Soki. I hate what they did to... I hate what they did to all the Dunvines here. Like... I cannot stress enough how stupid it is that the Bilbine is a worse unit than the Dunvine by all measures. It has less damage and requires a pilot to have a higher level of aura power to be able to use any of its effects. It has 1 more point of movement, which is definitely good, but like 1 more point of movement is not enough to change what is maybe a 20 level requirement on some pilots. How? Yeah, right, like the Bilbine can transform. Look at transformed. The Dunvine, here, the Dunvine, +1 move and +20 sight if the pilot has at least aura power level 6. +1 move, +20 sight if the pilot has aura power level 7. The Bilbine requires you to have 1 level higher of aura power, and by default has worse weapons. We just don't have it upgraded. But like Hyper Aura Slash, this is only 500 more power. And that's like because of what Sho is doing. That's not because of the mechs in general. Like, if we put Shion in it, he would be doing less. It's bonkers. Honestly, for the L game, there were more of the Elite 13 they could have used, but Nay, Heckler, Lily, Gablai, and Gablai's minions do fight Daba a lot in the show. It's fair, but like in the show, yeah, I will absolutely. I'll show the comparison of them. But like in the show, it doesn't matter as much that there's that they reuse them, because there's like the plot significance that carries them being reused. Like, there's usually narrative reason why we can repeat these encounters, where in the game it feels like it doesn't matter as much. I will concede that because I did not actually like, you know, like watch the story, like maybe that's on me, but honestly, can we go back to the Z Saga graphics and put the money back into the unit minutia? Yeah, no, I agree. Having never played the Z games, but that is what I'm promised from them. I'm excited to get to them. I think we decided that once we're going to do Alpha, Alpha Guide, and Alpha 2, and Alpha 3 for the pre-recorded ones. Once we do those, then we're going to do Z after that. So, like, we'll get to those sometime, too. It's getting late for you. You might log off soon. Well, if you do log off before we get this mission finished, I will. You can go check the VODs, and I'll include conversations about it in the VODs then. But if you do end up heading out, thank you. It was been great fun seeing you again. Thank you for doing math with me. I'm always happy when you do. I hope you enjoyed your time. I hope you enjoyed your stay. That's probably good enough. We'll do here. I mean, like, this is not going to last much longer, I don't think. Oh. I feel like there was something else we said we were going to have to do after this, too. Was it? Oh, no, it was just I need to get the episodes together for Llama Llama. Is it okay if I call you Llama Llama? Do you want me to say the whole name every time? It's very important. It's very important to me that I get people's like names and pronouns right. So like, if there's ever something that needs to be done differently, please tell me. Heckler is a character I feel like could have died sooner, and his partner as well for a Tomino show. He showed a lot of restraint not killing characters for a long time before he started killing more. He does like killing. Yoshiyuki kill 'em all Tomino. But I think that's like also why it works though, is like you get comfortable and you're like, oh man, maybe it's gonna be different this time, and then like no, you get like sideswiped. There we go. That's all for the drone. Yeah, you're telling me. Oh, what's Robot turn into? Look at him go. Analyze and Disrupt is not bad. Not bad at all. Most people on the platform just call you Llama. I have a propensity for unnecessarily long names. Cool. She, her? Great. Absolutely can do. Oh, wait, hold on a second. Sorry, we need to pause. There's a much more important thing we need to discuss. Is your profile picture mute from Final Fantasy Tactics Advanced? No, it is just a pair of llamas. I mean, that makes sense. I don't know why I expected. You forecasted correctly. It was Llama Llama. It also just looks like a character from Final Fantasy. Apologies if I forget, if I do any of the stuff wrong. Like, please do remind me. I don't mean to be a jerk. I like want to get it right. I'm bad at names. But I think you will be pretty, because your name is long, you do stand out. It'll be pretty easy to remember, I hope. Okay, yeah. So let's is that here? Yes, it is here. Okay. I also hate that there's just like not an easy way of like taking people off of there, right? Like, I don't want Shion to switch. Like, I just want someone off of this. Okay. Shion is here. He has Hyper Ore Slash at 6,500. Hold on. Get these parts off. Okay. Shion is presently in the bill bind. It has 5750. Wait, hold on. Wait. We didn't check everything. Yeah, okay, I guess we can see it here. For base stats, it has 400 more HP. It has 10 more energy. It has 100 more armor. It has 5 more mobility. It has 20 less sight. So it generally has more base defensive stats, but it is losing on sight. We'll have to switch them back and forth to see movement, because I think Show's getting extra movement in here because of who he is as a person. Like, L Game is 54 episodes. I don't know how it got that long. It's fair. I mean, I'm glad it's 54 episodes. Like, let it be indulgent. The profile pic and specific name permutation are from a kid's book I liked when I was younger. Most of my usernames across the platform are llama something something in general. I mean, I love it. That's great. I have debated turning my like personal Discord photo into a picture from Full Moon Soup. It was a like all picture book of like movie monsters that was like there were no words to it, but it was this like really detailed, like almost graphic novel quality of this like hotel being beset by every manner of like conventional horror movie monster possible. And there's some like really top quality like facial like drawings there that could like really fit for profile pictures. Yeah, no, it's I think it's a Graham Base book. If it's not Graham Base, it's somebody else that does like really good like children's art. It's called Full Moon Soup. It's if you are interested in children's literature at all from like an academic perspective, or like if you have kids and would like to read something to a child, top quality time. That author, and I don't think it is Graham Base, and the other one is Graham Base. Top quality times, high quality. Anyway, oh, that's right. So Shion has aura power level 6. He is not getting enough to get the plus 20 from the movement and the sight on the Bilbine in the way that the Dunbine does. So it's just like easier to fulfill these conditions than it is here. Yeah, so the Bilbine is 630, and I swear we checked this before and it was worse. Let me make sure that we didn't like get an upgrade to it at some point. That maybe is, yeah, no, Hyper Aura Slash is 650 here, and it's 630 here. That's so dumb and bad. That's so dumb and bad. And like it has Aura Shot now. It definitely, so yeah, like let me go clock on Oscarasu quick. It got Aura Shot later for sure. Maybe when it got Aura Shot, it maybe also got some other stats on top of it. So maybe I was comparing the unupgraded version. But it's dumb that when you get it, it's worse. I know I made this comparison because we deliberately kept Show in the Dunbine, and it kept trying to put it back in the Bilbine for a while. No, it looks like it is just Aura Shot. Okay. I mean, it doesn't have its best attack, but my point still stands though that the requirements being Aura Power level 6 versus Aura Power level 7 is just more egregious. Oh, I guess this is also helping. Maybe that assessment was done before the custom bonus. Without, like, the Bilbine gets plus 300 power for its custom bonus, but that brings it, but that brings it up to the same level as the Dunbine. What are, oh, the Servine and the Bilbine. Okay, let's see. Hold on. Where are you? Let's get them close to each other. Let's get that out of here so we can like have them all next to each other. And we need 5 more points of mobility. Okay, yeah. I just like want to compare them at the same points. Full Moon Soup by Alistair Graham. That's the one. Thank you. Thank you. um. Yeah, so we can compare them in assign, but like also in the assign section, you can't change. I want it both ways. I want to be able to look by pilot and see what they can equip, but this goes by unit and they see what pilot you can equip. But like I want to compare these more directly. So the Surbine fares, I guess. Is the Bellvine supposed to be an upgrade of the Surbine? Yeah, I would imagine so. So this is... Yes, the Bellvine is in all ways stats better than the Surbine. The Bilbine is in all ways stats better than the Surbine. But the Surbine is slightly better than the Dunbine, minus the sight thing, because they don't have they don't have someone in them right now to give them the extra +20. I think the Bellvine, based on their stats, the Bellvine is surely supposed to be the upgrade. It does have the most stats out of all of them. Yeah, it for sure has the most stats out of all of them. But the Bilbine is... Oh yeah, hold on. Show is probably getting plus movement from dash. Yeah. Okay, so they all do have the same movement. Dunbine has +2 right now, 1 from dash, 1 from having its custom bonus fulfilled. Bilbine has 1 right now from its custom bonus being fulfilled, and their custom bonuses aren't being fulfilled, so that will move that 7 up to an 8. But yeah, no, it does have very few weapons. Yeah, this is already at 6,000 power. So if we put like, we'll keep using Shion. So Shion is in this right now, which is 6,300 for the Bilbine. This is 6,300 for the Surbine. And it is just stats worse. Which makes sense. That makes sense to me. Because the Surbine is supposed to be parallel to the Dunbine. Yeah. Need to rewatch Dunbine OVA. All sites further. So all sites for some reason have tiny subs. Yeah, the like access to like good subs for these things is so hard. It's so baffling to me. That's like one of the things I also want to do by like trying to draw attention to a lot of these. Is just I keep describing everything as like a defunct shopping mall. It's very frustrating. But yeah, right, like it has, these attacks are not that out of line with the range of the rest of them, but the other units at least have a 5 range option. It's not pulling from their best stat, but it is something. It is something. Like, the ranged attacks are usually the ones that are hitting for like the ranged damage type is having a range, a ranged increase, a ranged range increase. You can hit more squares with it, where the melee damage is like shorter squares, but still. Yeah, and like these two are exactly the same, like, range wise, but we have more power. We have more power on the Aura Sword, less on the Aura Slash. Yeah. Yeah, right, yeah, exactly. It's better than nothing. Right, like, this to me feels like a way to, like, counter chip, to then come in and, like, melee kill afterwards. Yeah, like, these... I like that these are pulling on ammo rather than on energy. I don't think that's a downside. But... yeah, no, I felt like all of these were pretty lame. The Aura Battlers kind of got the short end of the stick in this game, just because of how they worked. When they were introduced at a time when the damage equation took your morale divided by 100, turned that into a percentage, multiplied that across your damage stat divided by 100, multiplied that across percentage, and Aura Power and Battle, like Aura Power added a percentage increase to damage then also. So like they went from 3 different percentage increases to damage, which scaled honkin' hard to getting this just like pretty lackluster plus 700 bonus. Or sorry, plus 350 bonus. Like it's I was reading the barrier. Like plus 350 base power is so little. I get why, because they don't want to scale out of control with the percentile scaling that you can put in this game. Like this, like that plus attacker or like that plus spirit of SR, which would be like brutal. But how they did it, it's so bad. That math is how all of the games that have reaction and limit work. So 2, 3 complete box, F final, Alpha, and Alpha Gaiden all work that way. Thankfully, the text placement for After War Gundam X sub I'm watching is fairly good. That's good. I'm glad. Yeah. Because everyone wants to constantly be like, no, take down all of the pirate websites because we're losing us money. Like, bud, if we can't watch them through the streaming websites, we're just not gonna watch them. Like, please just let us have high quality versions of this media. Thanks. Like, it's less placement and the fact that someone gave it a small font size. I've got good eyesight and still have problems reading it. Yeah, like there's some rough choices people make with some of those fonts. Speaking of Gundam, I think Gundam, was it you that was upset about the font change for the accuracy? I spent enough time playing this the other night when I'm trying to like catch back up on the other file that it does now bother me, the font change for the accuracy. That's some sick math. That's some thick math for a single percentage modifier. Yeah. Oh, here. Well, let's look at the robot bonus. That's the second half. Yeah. It was you. Yeah. No, I noticed it now. It does bother me now. Yeah, getting like hold on. Do I have them on Zeal? She does not have Zeal yet. Like it just takes so long to get it. Does she also get hers at 65? Like obviously when she gets it, like for sure, great, for sure. But it takes so long to get there. I mean, also the fact that Shion just doesn't have access. I think it's Battler. Might be. Maybe it was Aura Power. No, it was Aura Power. He also takes forever to get access to Aura Power. So he just also like can't, was it that? One of his skills is locked for a long time, so he also just like can't actually interface with his unit completely. It's so bad. I don't know why they did them dirty like that. Like, well, I'm gonna find out what it is in a second. I'm going to Grasso. Like that plus Majin power being locked behind halfway through the game is just like I don't get it. It's like unthinkable. It's like unfounded in my mind. No, it's just Battler. It's just Battler. So okay, he wasn't getting the extra morale. It takes so long to get that. I don't get it. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me. It bothers me. It bothers me a whole lot. Yeah, exactly. Pat Lava. Oh, man. Okay. It's been 4 hours. It's been a blast. But I think that's got to be me. I need to go try to make sure my house doesn't flood. I need to go pull that list together for you also for like catching up with Tekkaman Blade, and also go post my notes for the week on that. But yeah, I think we'll call this here. Obviously, there's still more to do. I will check on Akarasu to see how much more there is to do. So I guess this will also be the plan for Thursday. I can't make any promises that I can get the other file up to the point where we can like check damage, but I will do my best to, and we'll see. So if DLC isn't going to take the whole day Thursday, then if we can't get nuts and bolts stuff checked out, then we will do a mission from W. We'll switch over to W halfway through. But if we can do some nuts and bolts stuff, or it will take the whole day, then we can expect to do this all day Thursday. The next thing for me is tomorrow, which is SD Gundam G Generations Overworld. If you've never played an SD Gundam game, they are similar to this. They are a little bit different. They're a little bit more akin to a creature collector. So come and check that out. It's my first time playing a real one of those. We're about finished with like the first chapter, I think. And if you like Gundam, you can voice your opinions on who you'd like to have on the team. The only caveat is we're playing the run that I'm calling The Kids Are All Right. Everyone has to be a child, so we can like maximize war crimes. Then on Wednesday, I have a pre-recorded video of Alpha coming up. We're pretty deep into that game right now. I believe we are hitting a pseudo route split where we're getting a choice between. It's a difference between a super, whether we picked super or real to start. We picked super, so we're gonna get one of those. Then on Thursday, like we said, back to this. We'll definitely back to this for some. Maybe we'll be doing W after that. Then Friday is an on week, so I gotta go change that too. And we're gonna be playing Fantasy Maiden Wars. So yeah, if you like Toho or you like Super Robot Wars, it's a fun time. I'm not very good at it yet. I still keep dying very stupidly to one specific mechanic. But that's fine. That's fine. I think we're getting close to ending that like first sort of like preemptory prologue game. So you also, if you feel like you want to catch up on some time new, like when we're starting kind of from scratch, I'll make sure we mention when we're like jumping into part 2. And that'll be my week for this week. As always, especially because we've got new DLC coming out. If you have any questions about the mechanics here that I haven't immediately addressed, let me know. I will do my best to find them. Actually, someone from Seed Freedom Movie Pirate Subs made all locations had unreadable cursive fonts. Ooh, but it's stylish. It's cursive. That's so lame. It was nice seeing me live again. Thank you. I appreciate it. It was good being live again. I'm glad that my internet is now solved. It's so nice to be back. I'm glad you were here for it. Thoughts on Fantasy Maiden Wars? I really like it so far. I think it compares very favorably to them. It's so much better than Y. It's so much better than Y. The maps feel very thoughtful. I am playing it like a lunatic by picking lunatic. I am playing the mode that is intended for New Game Plus on a fresh playthrough. That's not what you're supposed to do. I imagine that game would be an absolute blast if it was on hard. I think the challenge would be exactly right for people. If you aren't so like muscle memoried and like haven't spent like hundreds of hours grinding at the numbers of these games, I think the way in which you could interface with the mechanic called focus, not the spirit focus, you can focus to sort of like change your stance. What it does is it stops bad terrain from getting you, but you can never dodge. You always take damage when you are dodging, but like the dodge chance is going, like how much damage you take scales with the chance of getting hit. But I usually get goozled by that. But if you're like not so like locked in on these games, I think you could interface with that really well. I also understand there's a lot of other extra mechanics we're gonna layer on top of it. So like we're gonna get a pair-up system later. We're gonna get some like extra parts to throw onto characters to change their forms. It's also deeply referential. There's a lot of like really good, high-quality references, not just to Super Robot Wars, not just to Mecha Show, like. Because it's also using Toho as its property, and Toho is like a very bi-otaku for otaku. Like the number of JoJo references we are getting, there's probably hundreds of others that I'm just like not paying attention to. Definitely a top quality time. I would describe that game. Actually, I don't remember what price it was. It felt pretty cheap for what the experience has been so far. The demo on Steam is also like pretty robust. You get a pretty good chunk of playthrough to see if it's worth your while, but like. It's definitely worth trying if you're thinking about it. But it could just have been a Super Robot Wars game, just with a different set of characters on top of it. Like, there's absolutely no reason it couldn't have been one of these games. It's very much a love letter to it. Super Hollow Wars, yes, we have talked about Super Hollow Wars in reference to me playing this. Yeah, I believe I have the demo for that also downloaded. I think I grabbed the demo for a couple of like Super Robot Wars adjacent games at the same time. Is that the one with HoloLive? The HoloLive characters? There were 2 other options. Wasn't there also one with the Type Moon, the Fate Stay Night franchise characters? And there was another one, I think, too. Yeah, HoloLive. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. I have not played that. I don't know if I will play that one. I don't know. I also kind of missed not playing more Super Robot Wars. So like I think now that we have 2 days that we're doing that, I think Mondays might be reserved for non-Super Robot Wars games. And once we finish with FMW, we'll switch back to this. But I think FMW is going to be a long time from now. If someone else has thoughts on Super Hollow Wars or any of the other like tactics adjacent games, like please bring them. I have played a lot of other tactics games too, so like we can talk about those at some point if you'd like. But before I ramble us into 5 hours, I will bid us all a good night. Thank you again so much for watching. I'm so glad to be back. I'm so glad y'all have been here for me to come back. It's been a very warm welcome. I really appreciate it. And I look forward to seeing you in the next week. So enjoy the rest of your evening, make me the rest of your day, and I'll bid you all good night.